Right, you're unmuted, you're ready to go.
All right, welcome. This is the November meeting of the CB5 State License and Permit Committee. We have three items on the agenda today. And they are all quite different and interesting. So we're going to do this in order of the cannabis applications first, followed by the Hotel Hayden, 28th Street, Fortuna Hotel. And then we'll do the roadside attractions, 47 West 20th Street. The process will be that each item will be introduced by a member of the committee that reviewed the application. There'll be an opportunity for input from the applicant and their counsel. There will be questions and comments from the committee, followed by comments from the public. There'll be then a business session of just the committee, who may ask questions to the applicant by permission of the chair. And finally, there will be a motion and a vote for the committee's recommendation to the full board, which meets on Thursday, November 9th, where these issues will be brought up again for final vote. I did want to make, before we start on the cannabis applications, so we have something like 75 applications that we're going to be reviewing. And so I wanted to walk through, for the benefit of the committee and for the public listening in today. We started a process last spring, created a cannabis task force that Catherine chaired, which established guidelines with community input. And that became the basis of our review for the cannabis adult use retail dispensary application. So initially, the applications were just for what were called conditional applications, which were people that had been impacted by prior generations of the marijuana laws and had a preference in selecting locations with the support of the State Office of Cannabis Management. And so we reviewed those applications on an individual basis, utilizing the guidelines and a pretty deep due diligence process on each application. We're now in a next phase of the application process at the state level, where we're now on non-conditional, meaning no longer providing a preference for people impacted by the prior cannabis laws. And so this month, which was actually a partial month from October 4th to roughly October 26th, when we locked in our agenda, we had something like 75 applications just in that period of time. So it became clear to us that we couldn't apply the same methodology to our review. But luckily we had these guidelines that we had already applied consistently. And so that's what you will be hearing tonight. So we have streamlined the review process. We only have a 30-day response period for these applications. And so we don't have time to review 75 applications, or which next month could be 100. This period ends on December 18th. We do not review applicant qualifications. That's strictly for the Office of Cannabis Management. They also have a 1,000-foot separation rule between licenses. We don't review that. We leave that to Office of Cannabis Management as well. So we focus, as required by state legislation, on time, place, and manner. And the initial cut is place. Our guidelines, which I'll ask Catherine just to tick through quickly, deal with separation from schools, community facilities, houses of worship, harm reduction facilities, parks and playgrounds, things that are unique to our community. And so that's going to be our focus predominantly tonight. Secondarily, we focus as well on whether there's a residential component either in the building that the facility will be located in or nearby, in which case we look to restrict the hours of operation. So for tonight, which is the first time we've done this in bulk, based on our guidelines, we classified each application based on their individual location as either complying or not complying with our guidelines. And essentially what you'll see tonight is if they do not comply with the guidelines, we will vote for a denial in a group. And if they do, then we vote for approval. And I would point out that this is just an advisory opinion to the OCM. Our decision and the decision of the final board next week is not finally determinative of the approval of the application. So with that as background, I'll ask Catherine just to tick through what our guidelines are and how we applied them to this group of something like 75 applications.
So thank you, David, and thanks to the Cannabis Task Force for the hard work of creating these guidelines. I want people to keep in mind that these guidelines were approved unanimously by the full board. And they really just state that any application for a cannabis license within CB5 may only be approvable provided that it's no less than 1,000 feet from an existing establishment, 500 feet from a school, 500 feet from a community facility, 200 feet from a house of worship, 500 feet from a harm reduction facility. And for retail establishments, only the following additional requirements relate to being 500 feet from a park or a public space and 1,000 feet from a playground. And we ask that in terms of hours of operation, no establishment for the retail sale or delivery or on-site consumption shall operate later than 2 a.m. and no establishment that's within 500 feet of a residence should have operational hours Sunday through Wednesday, closure no later than 1 a.m. Thursday through Saturday, no later than 2 a.m. And so again, we have provided an online questionnaire for applicants to respond to these specific questions, as well as tell us a little bit about the location. We're really focused here again on the appropriateness of the business in the context specifically of time, place, and manner. We can't emphasize that enough. There isn't just a lot of time or room or capacity to do much else at this point. Thank you, David.
Thanks, Catherine. Yeah.
I just want to make one quick clarification. I was reading through the guidelines. For the 500 feet of a residence, that only applies for on-site consumption according to our guidelines, not for retail. So that should not apply to any of these 75 applications.
Samir, say that again.
So I'm just going to read out loud. So it says no establishment for the retail, sale, delivery, or on-site consumption of cannabis shall operate later than 2 a.m. That is correct. And then it says no establishment for the on-site consumption of cannabis, which is located within 500 feet of the residence, shall have hours later than whatever the hours were. So I'm just saying that for the rules around distance to a residence, that only applies for on-site consumption, not for retail. And we're only looking at retail today.
Right, but we also do see consistent with our efforts in trying to strike a balance between residents and businesses. We do recognize that applicants that are situated within residential buildings and nearby, we do want to be able to take a closer look at that if possible at a later time. But thank you, Samir. Yeah,
That's what it makes.
But thank you.
Yeah.
Todd, yeah.
Okay, so first of all, the absurdity of this situation has to be called to the attention of the public and just reinforced by the task force. And I hope that this is brought up with full board. So we've reviewed 6 licenses up until this point. I believe it's 6, maybe the number, I don't have the number right. We approved 1 and the other 5 didn't meet our standards. And we gave them the attention they deserve. Okay. Now it's time, place, and manner, right? On this expedited approach that we're using, the only thing we can we're doing the best we can. And Catherine did a great job creating an on-the-fly form, which just gets the most minimal bare bones information from the applicants. But in no way can this be said to be the level of due diligence that we should be doing. And that, I can't say it's by design, right? But it's inevitable in the way that the statutory scheme and the Cannabis Control Board did this, where we're confronted with 75 applications, you know, to review in 30 days, right? So one of the things I did, and I think everybody here should look at it, is I took the time to plot it on a Google map. And what you see is that the 75 applications are so close to each other that they're not gonna forget about actually dealing with each one. And although you can do this, right? Like if you actually zoom in on Google Maps, you can see how close it is to a park. You can see how close it is to a church. It's what we did. We could do this if we had the time, even on a cursory level. So what you see is that we can't possibly make any effective judgment other than to get the job done in the most cursory manner. So, you know, what I would suggest is it says in the regulations that we can ask for a 30-day extension, right? So whatever we can do, we can do. I think what we should do is we should ask for the 30-day extension and do the best we can with the tools we have, right? And then, of course, there's the issue, I'm looking forward, of course, right? Okay, so let's say we did have the time to even, you know, identify those that are not on top of each other and are obviously too close to meet the standards that we've set, right? But the ones that we have, you know, let's say we have 3 good applicants that all meet the conditions, or they all meet the conditions except that they're too close to each other. So in other words, if one of them was okay, right, then, you know, how would we pick? Maybe the other 2, when we talk to them, we find out that, you know, the owners, this was actually pointed out to me by some of the other applicants that came before us, that the applicants, you know, had all sorts of sketchy incidents in their backgrounds, right? So what are we doing here, right? So what I would recommend is we should immediately ask for the 30-day extension for our commentary period. And we should make some kind of effort to review the 70 and, you know, give it the attention it deserves. And at a minimum, and I'll be done in a second.
Yeah, no.
At a minimum, we should pass a resolution that points out the utter absurdity of this, right? And again, I would call everybody's attention. You know, Catherine knows this, right? I thought we did a terrific job on the 6 applications that we saw, right? So to focus in on only place and time and forget about the manner, right? And also the other thing is, you know, the manner includes, like, is their method of operation any kind of reasonable fit with the community, right? Given the fact that the community may be overrun with illegal shops. And to that point, I'll also circulate an article that was just in the local press, I think it was the Chelsea News, talking about the utter catastrophe of enforcement, right? How it's not happening. So, you know, this is the background that we're faced with.
Yeah.
And again, everybody should take a look at the map. It's like all these, you know, you see the addresses, but I mean, if you actually see it laid out in our district, you see that it makes no sense.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Just to follow up on Todd's point, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
We automatically ask for a 30-day extension for every single application that comes in, and that gets us the ability for the November 9th full board. It doesn't, this 60-day
Yeah.
notice period that we got now with the extension doesn't get us to the December 14th full board.
I mean, and even if
So
it did, then there'll be another
have
100
another
that we have to review then. I will say this, first of all, the 1,000-foot separation is not our determination anyway, it's really Office of Cannabis Management. So this, because I looked at, I ended up doing that, Samir did that, you did that. And we ended up, taking the first cut based strictly on, the distances that were kind of unique to our guidelines that are not the focus of OCM. But OCM is gonna have to deal with the 1,000-foot. OCM is gonna have to deal with the quality of the applicants, because we don't really see that information either. The one conversation that Catherine and I had this afternoon was that the good work that we did on the initial applications has given us kind of a toolkit of things to ask for, which we can still do from the groups that are ultimately selected. So we may have time, once we get past the December 18th end of this program, to circle back with whoever actually got a license, and then go in, try and get the community engagement, get an affidavit if that's what we're going to do, with the kinds of things that we learned from the first batch of operators.
And the other thing I would say, and I'm glad to hear that we're doing, look, we could only do what we can do, right?
Right.
But what I would say is, we have our detail, we have the short form questionnaire that Catherine threw together, quickly, but our long form questionnaire, which our task force work on, has the kind of the detailed questions on it that would allow us to effectively judge the manner, the issues related to manner. So I would, to the extent that the board office is interacting with these people, or we should send that out immediately to those people.
Yeah.
So let me just say a few things, because we do have a significant amount of participation from the public tonight. And I do want to say, as we are very aptly moving through the challenges in our process, there are many moving parts here. And I encourage people, where you are moving and thinking beyond the scope of this effort here tonight, reach out to the appropriate part of this. Let us know, but also, there are a lot of actors, a lot of parts to this. And so you can engage us in the process. It's coming through loud and clear. No one knows more than the task force the challenges and dilemmas that we see already. And so, but we're moving forward, and we want to do that in a way consistent with the hard work that we put in SLAP as a historical perspective, and on with the cannabis task force. So I just want to reiterate that a lot of this is beyond our scope. A lot of this, the feelings are going to be there, because this is a new process that's filled with a lot of different moving parts. So I just want to add that and be clear about that.
Yep. And I think the process is still, being determined. Like, we don't know how long it's
Information, right? Information. Thank you, David.
to identify who the licensees are, and then we may have another shot at it if we want to take the process further. I mean, I will say that just the workload from liquor licenses and the ordinary course of business of what the cannabis task force was doing was enough to keep everybody busy. So I don't know how we circulate, which was another conversation Catherine and I had, how we would ever circle back with this number of people to do the level of work that we do on the liquor licenses. I just don't know. I mean, we'd really have to take another look at what that process is and how we would get through this. But for now, to your point, we kind of have to chew through what we're going to get between now and the middle of December. And then at that point, I think we can take a step back and see how we really want to pursue it. So I skipped two things that we were supposed to do. Number one, we're supposed to do a roll call of our attendance. So we'll do that now that everybody's here. And then I will ask that when you speak, if you'll identify yourself when you speak.
All right, Nick is absent, David. Seth,
Seth here.
Sarah,
Yes.
Catherine,
Yes. Here.
Bill,
Yes.
Libby,
Yes.
Robert is, I believe, absent. Miles.
Here.
Samir.
Here.
Chris,
Here.
you're on.
Here.
Tiffany,
Here.
Todd,
Yes.
I believe Sarah, I believe BJ is absent, Sachi is absent, I'm present, Janice?
Yes.
Right.
All right, so we really do have a forum. Okay, with that, we will jump into the listing. So again, what we took Todd's map, my map, Samir's map, and we did the first pass on whether it was adjacent to a park or public space and whether it was near a church. So now that's the sort that we have. Catherine, was Todd gonna put it on the screen, or are you able to do that, or?
Yeah, no, if Todd put it on the screen, that would be fine. Do I need to send the list?
What's the best way?
Or Marisa, somebody can help.
You want to send, if you send it to Samir, he can put it up on the screen.
Okay.
So everybody will see, based on the first cut, what essentially we would be denying because they're too close to a park or public space, and what would be approved. And so we'll start with that. We'll have the committee discussion. And then we can start taking comments from the public, although I ask that your comments focus on what we're able to do as the community board in this process. As Todd was talking about, it's really limited to the guidelines that we.
Just 1 second. Okay. Adequately sized.
Yeah, so what we're going to do, I mean, if people have comments on individual locations on the committee, I suppose that's fine. But basically, for our process, we were going to do these in bulk. So based on geography, we sorted them into complying with the guidelines or not. We would then have a motion for the group that complies and the group that doesn't comply. And ultimately that would end up as a resolution at the full board along the same lines. We had a number of addresses that had more than one applicant. How
are we handling this?
Well, we treated it as an address regardless of who the applicant is. So if the address doesn't comply, then anybody who attached their name to that address doesn't comply.
But if they all comply,
Then they all comply, and that's up to the landlord and OCM to decide. Right.
Samir, a quick question. What does this asterisk mean?
There's a note at the bottom.
It says that 2 asterisks mean multiple cannabis applicants, but maybe that's just.
Yeah, it's an asterisk. Yeah, anything with a star next to it mean that there are multiple applications at that location. But like David just said, indicated, we're commenting on the location, not the applicant.
Thank you.
And then I'm sorry, yeah.
So the ones that appear to be in compliance based on nothing other than, the bare bones distances. So we're gonna recommend approval, right? So, and the ones so it's just approval or no
It's
approval?
basically approval of the location. And then, as the map pointed out, not everybody can get this because then you wouldn't be in compliance with 1,000 foot. So we don't know which applicant gets selected and still meets the separation requirement. So,
And I would take it that the resolutions should say we reserve judgment as to the manner aspect,
right,
based on additional information that comes in.
yeah, no, I think that's right. And then the other piece of this was that we had a number of applicants that never filled the questionnaire out. And so ultimately we decided to just add them to the list and approve or deny the location. And then when ultimately, if they're selected, we'll deal with the same issue. So we didn't get the questionnaire. but we know the address, so we just dealt with the address.
Can I ask you a question?
Mhm.
The ones that are in compliance geographically, are they also in compliance post approval? In other words, would any of these be within 1,000 feet of each other?
Oh, yeah, they're all overlapping, yeah.
Do you want to show
Yeah,
that?
can we-
Yeah,
can
sure,
we,
let's
like,
put the map up.
distribute
Let me just, David, if I could just comment on the 1,000 foot with the way the regulations read now, that is, so the 1,000 foot, we're paying attention to that, but that's an OCM determination. And from what I could see, in the regulations, they plan to lift that. So, at the end of December, after this round, I suppose. But it's hard, I just want to clarify that that is not part of the 1,000 foot of each location within 1,000 feet of each other is an OCM determination. That's their measuring to do. Just like the 500-foot rule is what the SLA measures.
But board, don't we parallel that? What
say
is
it's
the board
1,000
guideline?
1,000 feet from an existing cannabis.
Yeah, with the board, we have that guideline as well.
Yeah, but I mean, but when we put the map up, you'll see what the
Yeah,
issue
it
is.
doesn't make
Do
sense.
you mind if I put that up?
Yeah, go ahead.
But basically, by approving two, we're creating a conflict.
We're
with the-
conflicting with our own
law.
rules.
Well, I mean, we're basically putting it back to OCM to say, now you're gonna have to decide it based on applicant qualifications,
But if they.
however you
decide-
decide. Well,
But by putting in the reservation that the absurd process doesn't allow us to, consider the manner. Right, what we're saying
right,
is that we could revisit it. Of course, it might not make any sense, but we're just, That's-
no, I think it gets back to what we were saying before, that maybe, the positive statement is that once somebody's been selected, that we wanna go back and have an affidavit with them to deal with the matter.
and that's just the bully pulpit, right? Like if they get approved and they're there, if there are problems after the fact from our citizens, right? Then, we could revisit. Yes, the matter.
Will they have to listen to us though? Like, will they actually have to?
I mean, it's advisory. I think our role on this is not much different than it is on a number of other things. But we do have the bully pulpit and we are looking at these more closely maybe than the agency is. So, yeah, I mean, I think we've carved out a space for our input. And, the process is still so new. But yeah, so here's the map. I mean, everybody's within 1,000 feet of everybody else. We actually, we had a number of applicants, that we scrambled around today because we asked them to self-certify whether they were within 500 feet of a park or public space. And everybody, was like answering the questionnaire, going to the doctor, like, you want to see the doctor? He'll just say no to everything. So that's what they did. They just said, no, we're not near anything. And then we went back and checked on the map and, pulled out 7 or 8 applications.
There's one other thing that should be said. And this, again, I'm drawing on my experience, with the committee in other contexts, which is that if an applicant can't even be bothered to complete our questionnaires, even the short form one that Catherine did, that in and of itself could be reason for us to demur or give it a rejection.
Yeah, I think the process was the problem here, though. I mean, we really rushed to pull the questionnaire together and come up with the way of just processing the information. So people really didn't have much time. The notice period was very short. By the time, that we actually got the applications, we were so close to the date of the meeting that we just had to rush everything through. We might have, a little bit more time in the next 2 months, but we're still gonna have the same problem. Yeah, so I think this is just where we are for the next 60 days and then, try and have a second bite at the apple. I know that OCM has been setting up meetings with community boards, and so we should probably try and do that and have this discussion with them. it came up, I was on a webinar a couple of weeks ago where this issue came up, and Community Board 2 has been ahead of the issue and had already met with OCM on the faults of the process. So, I mean, we could do the same thing.
I'm sorry, just for accessibility, can I ask that you read the list?
Okay. So the complies with CB5 guidelines. 59 West 31st Street, 587 Fifth Avenue, 1177 Broadway, 31 East 28th Street, 52 West 27th Street, 251 Fifth Avenue, 412 8th Avenue, 163 West 48th Street. I feel like this is my eye exam. 61 7th Avenue, 761 7th Avenue. I don't know if that helps.
Here, I can take you.
249 West 34th Street, 381 Fifth Avenue, 762 8th Avenue, 1027 6th Avenue. 761 7th Avenue, the one was just an intersection, 6th Avenue and West 35th Street. 140 West 34th Street, 40 East 20th Street, 49 West 55th Street, 846 6th Avenue, 1385 Broadway. That was it. Catherine?
I'm here.
So a couple of these showed up on my list. Sorry to be doing this live, but like 59 West 31st is adjacent to Greeley Square. I think there were a couple that were on the list that wouldn't comply on that basis.
Yeah.
761 7th Avenue is near a public plaza. 59 West 31st is Greeley Square. The 35th and 6th, which I thought we had already looked at an application.
So
And
I
that
think what we do is we also in this time also move for correction where there is necessary correction.
Okay.
You could, okay, please. And you can note the ones that need to be corrected.
We do that now, or we do that when we do the motion?
You can do that as a statement to the motion and we will publish a list that is accurate
Okay.
based on the maps, because this really it's been.
Yeah, okay. And I went through your list as well. You had a couple that I didn't have. So we'll have to talk through this one.
Right. And, right.
Okay, so then the does not comply with CB5 guidelines. 12 East 42nd Street, 875 6th Avenue, 566 7th Avenue, 400 Madison Avenue, 161 West 54th Street, 1027 6th Avenue, 1010 6th Avenue. Oh, I see. Okay. 59 West 31st Street, 241 Fifth Avenue, 251 Fifth Avenue, and 8 West 28th Street. So we actually have some duplications.
Right, right. Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you. Someone has their hand raised. Is that Aaron? Who's that?
That's not it's a member of the public, right? Or not?
Yeah, we're not, we'll get to that in 1 sec. Yeah, that was it. I mean, I think I mentioned, so I looked at 1,000 feet of a playground and a couple of things came up on that as well. So we'll work that through in the motion. Okay, does any member of the committee have a question or comment on this before we move on?
So we do
Okay.
want to, David, we do want to remind the public, when we say parks, we do mean public spaces as well. That means pedestrian plazas, the smaller triangular and square locations that we know as Greeley Square, places like Nomad has a pedestrian plaza, those are included in our understanding of parks and public spaces.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. So we'll open it to comments from the public. Again, I ask that you focus your input on the things that the community board can act on, which really relates to the geography at this point. And we're also going to ask you to limit your comments to 2 minutes. Okay.
Let's start with people in the room.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank
Just
you.
identify yourself.
Yes, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Tyler Lehman. The Breckenridge Hemp Company. I'm located at 59 West 31st Street. But the spot that was in compliance, but also in non-compliance.
Right.
I apologize, but we're on the other side. We're on the other side on 31st. That park is on another street away. The OCM rules was a straight line from a school from there, and we are in compliance from the house of worship. We're in compliance from the school zones. I've been there since 2022. I hired 10 employees there. We've been in compliance with a cannabis license that we have for the hemp that we do.
Mhm.
The park was, I think we're in the right side of that place has loaded with drug dealers all day long in there in front of Chase Bank. And we're a very credible business in Colorado that coexisted with marijuana. And we definitely wouldn't pick a place that'd be non-compliant. So we hope the board could relook at our location and make sure that's just like to get it revisited.
Okay. Can we pull it? We'll use the rest of your time to look at the map.
Thank you, sir.
If you can, yeah, thank you.
Sure, let me pull that up. What, can you, sorry, what
What's
was
the
your?
location?
59
59 West 31st Avenue, and what we used was lamps. That was the Liquor Authority mapping project.
Yeah, that's the, mhm. And that's the same one that's listed as a cross street at Avenue of Americas.
We're on the side of the building, which we're really not on the corner because the pizza place is on the corner. We're in the middle where there's no one around us. Literally.
Yeah, so when we do, sorry, just say my name again, I'm Samir. When we do, the 500 or the 500 feet from a park, we use if you were walking rather than the radius, because that's how the SLA does the 500-foot rule. So let me just quickly see how far. So according to this, you would be 292 feet from Greeley Square Park. Which is less than the 500.
And I'm sorry, were you saying that what's shown on the map
I
doesn't?
thought it was a straight line with the rule. would be.
I can remove it, but it would be shorter if I do a straight
Yeah.
line.
And is where the red mark is that the location of your?
It is, sir. Yes, we've been there since 2022 in compliance with the Office of Cannabis Management and.
Right, well, that's the difference here is that the 500-foot rule is our guideline, not the OCM guideline. So, that's what got introduced to the discussion here. And, Todd mentioned before that out of the, whatever number it is, 6 or so card licenses, we only approved 1 because the rest of them were all adjacent to public space, which from a retail standpoint, I could see why you might want to be there. From a community standpoint, the feedback we got was that people didn't want, customers exiting the store and going right into a park. And so we were
on the other
looking
side
for
of the
some.
building, which is, no difference from that side. 32nd, the traffic moves up and down. They don't move to 31st. They
Right,
don't come on 31st from the park. Not one bit.
yeah, I mean, I can only tell you that, we developed the guidelines over an extensive period of time with a lot of community input. And that's what we applied to all of these. What we have to say is advisory and not the final determination. It'll be up to OCM to decide whether they pay attention to that or not. If you are ultimately awarded a license, we'd be happy to re-engage with you and, talk about the best way for you to integrate with the community. Catherine, did you?
No, I don't have any further comment.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
A quick question.
okay, you could just identify yourself.
CMBS 27, Joe. I saw the one of the store on the listing, but you skipped it. I just want to confirm 99 West 27th Street.
Sorry, give me a second. This is
I thought I saw it there, but you didn't read it, so.
a little bit hard to do. Sorry, what was the address?
99 West 27th Street.
Yes, that complies with the CB5 guidelines.
The gentleman did not read it, so I just.
Oh, okay.
Also, 8756 Avenue, reason for disqualification? 8756.
Hey, one moment. So if you want to follow up with us, you can follow up with us. Is that 875
6th Avenue.
6th Avenue? Give me one moment.
It's within, it's 256 feet from Greeley Square Park, and our guideline is, has to be more than 500 feet from the park. So that is why it was under the does not comply.
It's less than 300 square feet.
It is less than 500 feet from Greeley Square Park.
Oh, sorry, anybody? Yeah. If you could just identify yourself.
Michael, I was wondering that list that you had that was within 500 feet of the park, was 761 listed on there?
Give me 1 second. 761, 6th Avenue.
7th, yeah.
Yeah, that comply, it is on the list that complies with the CB5 guidelines.
There's a park right across the street.
Okay, well, maybe that is,
Yeah, there's a public plaza at 745
That was one of the ones that
that we
I
pulled out.
picked up, that, yeah.
We missed the part.
No, it showed up on my list as being near a public plaza, 761 7th Avenue, wouldn't comply, yeah.
which part?
It's called 745 Square or something.
745 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why I missed it. It doesn't have a name.
Got it.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I took the part.
There's a different park actually on 50th Street. It's the theater park.
50th and 7th.
Yeah, it is. 134 West 50th Street. It's like a 80 feet away.
Yeah, I think that's the same one that we're talking about.
Okay.
Right, it runs through. Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the room? Okay, so we can go to the on the phone.
It's hard for me to see because your
Oh, sorry.
timer is taking up. Thank you. Okay.
Let me just do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
starting from the top.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So John Oram, I'm gonna promote you to panelist and you can make your comment.
Just one more quick question. So
Yeah.
8756 Avenue case doesn't compare with the.
I'm sorry, we've got,
Hold on.
yeah, we'll come back to you. We've got somebody coming on.
John, you can unmute yourself
Just so they can
and
see.
speak.
How long this-
Hi, can folks hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, hi, I'm John Oram. I'm a resident at 42 East 20th Street, which is right next door to 40 East 20th Street. I'll leave aside my general thoughts about this process and just point out that 40 East 20th Street is not in compliance. It's within 500 feet of a school. It's Ballet Tech School is operated by the New York City Department of Education. It's also right, I think, 6 doors down from the Teddy Roosevelt National Park, which qualifies as a community facility. And there's a library within the national park. The library is also a community facility. And that's just for starters. I believe it's also within 500 feet of childcare facilities, which are also community facilities. I really think you guys need to take a closer look to make sure that if you're going to actually approve these places, even on the limited standard that you are, that they are in compliance with your own with your own guidelines and the New York State guidelines that I have sitting here looking in front of me. I also have to tell you, I'm troubled by the fact that you're going to approve places based solely on limited criteria just because you don't have time to review other criteria. To me, the answer would be to disapprove them until you have time to approve them. I'd appreciate if you could respond to my points about the school and the community facility. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we'll confirm.
David, can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead, Catherine, yeah.
So, John, you point out the challenge that we have relied basically in this process on the applicant to tell us the response to the questions that we have, the kind of due diligence that you speak, the process does need. That's my comment. The kind of due diligence that you're speaking of, the process needs. This is a new ongoing work. It's new. This is the first round. And while we want to try to get all parts right, we do, what I want to do is just open ourselves to correction and to get the limited view that we're taking correct.
I understand that, but then the response should the response should be to disapprove until you can affirm compliance. And once you confirm it, that you can approve it. In any event, 40 East 20th is non-compliant, and I'd appreciate it if you could move it off of the compliance.
Yeah, and I had already made the comment because it's adjacent to Chelsea Green, so it's too close to a playground as well. So it's already on the list of, or it will be.
It is, yeah.
That's 40.
Non-compliant, yeah.
So 40 is non-compliant. 40 East 20. I don't know what Chelsea.
40
Chelsea Green.
Chelsea Green is the little park to the west of 40 East 20th Street. That's its official name. So so it's too close to a playground. So it'll move on to the
West 20th.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're talking about the same.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah.
Guys, you have to be able to understand which site you're talking about to approve them here. I have to say I'm really disappointed, having had a lot of interaction with the community board over time. You know, being able to take, I know there are 75, but look at a map. Look at a map. It's not that difficult, rather than relying on the applicant. I mean, I as a lawyer, I'm honestly stunned. If we're going to rely on the applicant, then why have a process at all? So anyway, could you please confirm that 40 East 20th is within 500 feet of the Ballet Tech School, and it's also, again, within 6 doors of a national park?
Of the national park, yes. So
it should be removed. I apologize for my tone. It's just extremely frustrating. And I share your frustration. I really do. And I've read all the articles about the other community boards. It's a very difficult process. But the answer should be a default of denying rather than approving.
Okay.
Next is.
So is it being, I'm sorry, is it being removed?
Yeah, you know, we'll go back and confirm what you're saying on the map, and if that's the case, then it'll be removed.
Thank you.
Next would be Alexandra Padras, promoting you to panelists. And then you can unmute yourself to speak. I'm going to move on to Teddy Anastasio, promoting you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, thank you, community board. The addresses that do not comply with CB guidelines, that is because of geographic distance requirements. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just a quick question on 12 East 42nd Street. I know we don't want to go through each and every address that does not comply because of distance limits with schools, churches, other house of worship, and so forth. Is that the too close to Ryan Park? This is the former Nat Sherman Cigar Lounge and retailer at 12 East 42nd Street.
I don't know.
It looks that way. If you just look on Google Map, it's right on the block that encompasses the public library in Bryant Park.
Yeah.
Okay, and is there an appeal process? Actually, if we did find that with a surveyor that it's over 500 square feet, and this goes for the other applicants here that may be subject to these distance limitations, is there an appeal process where we can showcase and demonstrate effectively that we believe that we actually do comply with the geographic CB5 guidelines?
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly contact the office at cb5.org, and pass on whatever information you have. And you can certainly do the same thing with OCM, as you go through their.
It's the east one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, can you say again what the address was?
Sorry, we had
that,
west, that's
the
why.
net-
Yeah,
Sherman-
it was 12 East 42nd Street.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
It's across from library.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So that was our.
David, I'm not gonna promote them as panelists because I'm having trouble
Okay,
bringing them back to attendees.
yeah, I
Go
see.
The panelist tab, then you can, I've done that and it didn't yet, so.
Okay.
Okay, next will be Jonathan Pura.
Hi, folks. I'm not sure if you could see me. Can you hear me at least?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. So I'm counsel for the applicant, and the address 161 West 54th Street. That's listed as both, it was on the first page as compliant and on the second page as non-compliant, but I wasn't sure if that's because there was multiple applicants. We were one of the ones with an asterisk next to it. So really, I just wanted clarification on that point.
Well, it shows up on our list as within 500 feet of a public space, 161 West 54th Street.
Right.
So it was, in the final version of this, it would show up as non-compliant.
500 feet of a public space. And could you just provide some clarity as to what the public space is, or?
Central Park.
Oh, it's near a park. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Is it the Shake Shack Plaza? Is that what it is?
It is the Shake Shack Plaza.
What is that?
As in mine is the Shake Shack Plaza?
West.
Wait.
Because this is a public.
The address.
161 West.
154. So it's near, sorry, I just, I don't know if you were referring to the same property.
It's, if I may quickly, it is, so when we look at parks and public spaces, that includes, POPs, which are privately owned public spaces. It is within a 500-foot, walk to the POPs on the corner of 7th Avenue and 53rd, which is, right next to the Shake Shack. So that is why it is not in compliance.
Okay, got it. So this is a privately owned public space occupied by a Shake Shack. And it's public space because there's seating despite the private business being there.
Correct. It's not occupied by the Shake Shack. It is just, it is adjacent to the Shake Shack.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay. Thank you.
It's not that it's a Shake Shack, it's that it's a designated pop.
Yes, it is a
That's
designated
the
pop.
point.
I
It
was
has
just
nothing to do
trying
with
to-
the Shake.
Yes, I was trying to
public.
give context of where it was.
Yeah.
the
We were
Shake Shack is not
pops
a-
are.
Okay, understood. All right, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
John Ragan, you're, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and appreciate the time. My name is John Reagan. I'm speaking on behalf of Union Square Hospitality Group. We're the owners of the of Gramercy Tavern, which sits at 42 East 20th Street. This is next door to the address that John Orm spoke of earlier, 40 East 20th Street. And so just thank you, John, for mentioning some of the points earlier, just to underline some of the things that he had mentioned, the proximity to the school, the Ballet Tech, also the proximity to the Roosevelt Birthplace National Historic Site, which is at 28 East 20th. And then I also wanted to point out the proximity to Gramercy Park, which is just on the other side of Park Avenue from that. So for those of you who might not know, we operate Gramercy Tavern, which is will celebrate its 30th anniversary next year, and this would be directly next door to us. I'm not sure if I can't tell exactly the space between 40 East 20th and Gramercy Park, but I don't know if you can figure that out on your app. But I was curious to see if that was within the 500-foot radius.
Gramercy Park, actually,
I
be a
don't-
park, it's a privately owned space.
I would not count it as a park.
But it
So
is very close.
Gramercy
to
Park
the
is
road.
a
Unlike a Pops.
It is a privately owned. Mhm.
Yeah, and
Not
It would be a
open to the
privately
public.
owned park, correct?
Right, it's not open to the
Similar
public.
to the spot you were speaking of earlier.
Pop spaces are open.
It's not public.
It's like the opposite of a pop.
Yeah.
Right.
So
We
just
just
to
had-
clarify, Gramercy Park is not open to the public and it is locked, open only to residents who have a key.
Understood.
But as the previous speaker said, being adjacent to Ballet Tech or to the TR home, that by itself would cause the issue, so.
As well
Thank
as
you.
Chelsea Green, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Next will be Sandra Jacques. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you guys see me? Sorry.
We can hear you.
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't figure out the camera. Well, my name is Sandra Jacques, and I am applying for 566 7th Avenue. And just was wondering why I was on the list of non-compliance.
I didn't hear that.
566 7th Avenue.
Yes. I believe the closest park from us is Bryant, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I was looking at the Google map.
Sorry, what is the intersection of 556 7th Avenue?
40th and 41st Street.
Sorry, can you repeat the address one more time? Sorry, I'm just like trying to do this on the fly.
566 7th Avenue.
It is very close to Bryant Street.
Isn't there like the public pedestrian plazas in that area?
Yeah, I'm trying to look
Yes,
up the Pops right now.
There
See
is
if I-
what is this? There is a Pops 1411 Broadway that could be considered as a park or public space, which is pretty close by. It's just 1 block away. So let me get the actual distance for you.
I'm sorry, you said there's a what? I couldn't hear that part.
There's a Pops, a privately owned public space at 1411 Broadway, which is an arcade inside the World Apparel Center.
It's also.
There's also, I believe, a pedestrian plaza on that block. anyways, both of those things, are within 500 feet of the proposed location, which is why it would not comply.
But this is under the guidelines for the Community Board 5, correct? Not the OCM guidelines, or this is part of the OCM guidelines?
It is the guidelines for Community Board 5, not the OCM guidelines. That is correct.
Okay. And I'm sorry, and the other location, I just want to write down the other location. You said the Pops, and then the other location was the pedestrian.
Yeah, it's 1411 Broadway.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. It's just the Pops at 1411 Broadway.
Yeah, Golda Meir Square.
The Pops at 1411. That's why I'm not in compliance within the community board. Other than that, everything else would have been okay.
Yeah, well, as you know, the only thing we looked at was location relative to public spaces, so.
Okay. All right, then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next will be David Huang. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks. We can hear you.
Okay, great. So I'm a resident of 241 Fifth Avenue. I just had a quick question, just was a little confused about, I saw 251 is both on the approved list and later on the second page of your list, it was listed as non-compliant. So just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Right now it's non-compliant. 241 Fifth and 251 Fifth would be non-compliant.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be Ken Seligson. Ken, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, yes.
We can hear you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ken Seligson. I'm an attorney for a couple of the applicants on this page, and I just wanted to review a couple things. So one of the applicants is 761 7th Avenue. We just learned today on the call about the public spaces, and I did want to get some clarification regarding the 500-foot rule. Now, most of the requirements for restrictions for distance from the OCM indicate that it would be 200 feet from a church on the same street or 500 feet from a school on the same street. But it seems like the public spaces restriction that CB5 has implemented doesn't have that additional restriction of being on the same street. Can you guys confirm that that is correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
that is correct.
That's correct.
As the crow flies around that location.
No, we do a walking distance, not as the crow flies.
Okay, walking distance. So that would be like we could use any kind of Google Maps to just do the distance between each location.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that. And then I wanted to clarify for the board, there was an asterisk next to 761 7th Ave. You will see, and probably in this round as well as the subsequent rounds, that there's going to be multiple applications at one location. The OCM has identified that as being a possibility, and the application process that is coming up will prioritize a random process. So if there's multiple applicants, it's going to be random as to who's granted the license. And I see I only have a second here. The other application at 1027, there is a millenary synagogue, but that synagogue no longer holds services.
Okay. Yeah, 761 7th again is on our list because of its adjacency to 745 Plaza, a public plaza diagonally across the street.
Next will be Jeff Waddle. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, hello. first off, thank you very much to the committee for the guidelines. I think they're very well thought out, and the process previously with the 6 applicants, I seem to be very thorough. I live on 17th Street by Union Square West, and 33 Union Square West was one of the locations that was denied based on the fact that they're across the street from Union Square Park and a playground there, as well as near a, harm control center, I guess. And that's dazed. And they now have signs up saying grand opening November 10th, and they put a lot of money into renovating the place. I understand your decisions are advisory, but do you have any indication as to how the OCM is using your guidelines? And is there somebody from OCM that community members could interface with that you know of if they're just sort of ignoring the guidelines? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the short answer is that they are receiving these, but not processing them yet. I was on a webinar a couple of weeks ago with OCM representatives, with other community board members, and everybody raised these issues. So they're fully aware of it. They've said that they want to start a process of engagement with the community boards to understand more about this. So there may be an avenue for this to be taken more seriously. The Union Square West application was a card application. And the site was selected, I believe, by the dormitory authority. So it was in its own class of, our review. So we provided the same input on that as we are on all of these applications in terms of location. But that lease had already been entered into through the dormitory authority.
David, I want to make a comment. It's Catherine.
Yep.
Okay. The OCM, all expressed opinions are part of the record in which OCM will use to grant or deny an application. I'm following, this is supposed to follow as outlined in section 76 of cannabis law. And so the board shall then respond to the municipality or the community board in our case, as to why they've granted or denied. So we will have the opportunity at some point in time to deal further with applications as they move through the full process. So I just wanted to clarify.
Next will be Richard Bailey. You can unmute yourself. Richard?
Hi, how's it going? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, so I'm just curious, there was one property that I saw earlier on the agenda, 728 8th Avenue. I don't see it on any list that you presented earlier. I think you had a list of approved, and then you had a list of disapproved locations. The address 728 8th Avenue.
We may not have answered the question there.
Right. Not right. So applicants who have not responded to the questionnaire, we wouldn't necessarily, unless they've come forward in other ways.
Okay.
Respond.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Next will be Jenny Zelvers. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Hi, I'm a resident of 42 East 20th Street, and I believe that we covered most of the important parts of the reasons why it should be removed from the list. I just wanted to re-emphasize that the Teddy Roosevelt House does have constant field trips of school kids all day long on our street. And it's 2 doors down from where the proposed site for 40 East 20th to go. And I also wanted to point out that there's a church on Park Avenue South which if you look at your map, 40th intersects at Park Avenue South. And if you just go around the corner, there's a church there. I realize it's 200 feet, but it's also used as a homeless facility. And I believe that qualifies as a harm reduction facility as well. So that's an additional point. And there's also a synagogue further down the street on East 20th Street. It's called Brotherhood Synagogue, which you can find on your map as well. I'm just a mom and a longtime city resident, and I really appreciate your efforts here. And thank you for listening to all of us today.
Thank you.
Next will be Amelia Gonzalez. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We can hear you, yep.
Okay, great. I am an owner of a commercial property located at 761 7th Avenue. There's currently like an illegal smoke shop operating in the building that we get many complaints from customers about. And I also just wanted to point out the park that I know somebody else mentioned. I think it's at 134 West 50th. And also that building is a commercial condo residential also building. So I'm not sure where 761 7th Avenue was on that list after the park conversation. So if you guys could just clarify.
Yeah, it's non-compliant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sam Shapiro.
Hi, I'm a resident at 42 East 20th Street, and I just wanted to confirm that the location under consideration at 40 East 20th Street is being taken off the geographically compliant list, given its proximity to the Teddy Roosevelt Museum, which is less than 200 feet away from that address. So if you could just confirm that it's going to be off the list, I'd appreciate it.
Yep, that it's non-compliant, that and the ballet tech. So yeah, it'll be moving to the non-compliant list.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Next is iSun. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much for everything that you guys are doing for the community. I really appreciate it. I know how hard it is. I have my question is, I'm on 23rd between 6th and 7th. My question is really about those that may not be on the list, right? And some people have asked about whether or not, like, what we can do. So there's I have one open shop and another one that's about to open 3 doors down. What are the steps? Like, what can I do to, because they're not applying and they don't have licenses and they're not operating or even trying to, what are the steps that I can do to elevate this within the community?
These are illegal operations. Yeah.
Yeah.
Call 311, send us the complaint. I know, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is very involved, along with OCM has their own enforcement group as well, so.
And so the Manhattan DA, telling you guys in 311, that I can figure out. What's the OCM, like, who am I emailing?
Well, if you send it to us, we'll distribute it to the other public groups.
Got it. And so what
it's-
am I sending to you? I'm sending a photo?
Whatever information you can provide to us. I mean, you'll see, they want a description of the operation. Yes, a photo is helpful. The more information you can provide, then they can act on it sooner.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those were all the hands that are up currently.
Okay. All right, thanks everybody for your input. We're gonna have to update the list, which we're not gonna do live on this meeting. So we'll go through the ones that were already identified, anything that was identified today, and we'll clean up the compliant and non-compliant list. And I guess really getting back to some of the points that Todd raised at the beginning, what do these motions look like? We're gonna be passing this on to the full board next week. So what do we want included in the motion? Because this is our, chance to put a stake in the ground as to what our involvement should be going forward in these. You wanna do?
This is Catherine. This is Catherine. So I think in terms of compliant, I would like to see the motion add that while we relied on the online application process, the public input here has been helpful, as well as if we use the technology, we should talk about the technology. If we've used Google Maps to walk, walking distances, what we actually are using. I would like to also see compliant, non-compliant applicants where we actually list out distances if possible, given our capacity or lack thereof. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Catherine. We should put the information in or the reasons why we're making the decisions, along with the statement of the limitations of time and resources, to do the due diligence. And we should make clear, that we have substantive policy issues with the way all of these things are being thrown at us. I mentioned it before, and that we reserve, we hope over time and reserve judgment on the third prong, which is manner, because, we can't, this doesn't say anything about manner.
Right.
Right. And that's in our guidelines, and that we make note of the fact that the situation makes it impossible for us to comment on that. And what we've seen here is that the public and the comments into the CB5 offices are all gonna start flooding in, as the cannabis board, approves these things. So, we should reserve the right, our comments are, really incomplete.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yep.
Yeah, this is Ron. I agree with Todd, and I may just also offer that maybe the language of the alternate resolution doesn't use the word compliant and non-compliant, or it can use non-compliant, but maybe compliant and non-compliant. And that we actually don't call anything compliant, because that seems like a very strong word that we shouldn't be using.
It should be compliant as to place.
Well, it
But,
could
you
also
know,
be has not been determined to be not.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think
Because
we need to be
think
very
we're not even
specific
ready
that
on that.
we haven't had the time to even like
Exactly.
cross-reference with the TOPS map,
Yeah.
like with the city planning department, because just looking at the rough cluster of that, I feel like we should really be using the TOPS map also to go back in, not just Google Maps.
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of the ones that were mentioned were on the lists that Catherine and I were trading today. We just didn't have the time to complete it all. And the POPs, were on those. But yeah, look, I agree with all of this. I definitely think that, we're going to produce a motion today that has reference to a list of, however we phrase it, nearly compliant and non-compliant. Possibly compliant and non-compliant, but with the explanation of what it is adjacent to or what's causing it to be non-compliant. We can include the distance. I hesitate to do that just because we're not surveyors. We're doing it off Google Maps. I don't really think we need to be accurate to the inch in order to do this. And so, my bias would be just to say, it's our belief upon, measurement that
That's
it's
available
within
public
500.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Um,
fine, David. That's fine. I understand what you're saying. That's fine.
So I'm
If
sorry.
we don't identify the distance, would we identify the offending pop or park by name?
Yes, yeah, I would do that. Yeah, and actually the list that I was pulling together said, 1027 6th Avenue is adjacent to Bryant Park, or Harold really square, the pop. So I think we should do.
And then someone else could go measure it if they want.
Yeah, and the questions we were hearing today were all like, okay, so I'm on this list, but why am I on this? Yeah, Jen.
Janice Knox. So I disagree with that. Actually, I think, we are making judgments based on things that we're looking up. So I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be transparent with the criteria that we're using and what we found online. If people want to dispute that, they can do so. If other agencies are looking at this, they can add their input, but I see no reason for us to not, share the information of like what we're finding so that people understand like, where we are coming from.
But you don't feel that just stating that, we believe it's within 500 feet accomplishes that we
No,
need to
'cause I
say
think
it's
people will be like-
467
even
feet?
tonight, we heard like, well, how many feet is it?
Right.
Right? So how are we measuring it? I think we need to be very clear
Should we
about
include
our
like an
process.
explainer? Like on, like in our materials that we have for like for applicants of like
I
how they
think
can go
there are a
do
lot
it
of
themselves too.
Sorry, I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn, but I think there are a lot of process improvements that we can make to this. And I think the lesson from tonight is very much that, great effort by the people reviewing, given the limited time, given the limited resources, definitely agree with what has been said about how unreasonable it is that there are so many applications, dropped on our laps. But the point is that, we are doing our best and we've learned from it and we should be trying to make improvements as opposed to trying to, rush things through, right? We shouldn't sort of fall victim to like other problems that were not, ours of the making.
You mean specifically relates to measurement or?
I think in general, there's a lot of just, there were a lot of questions about how we made these decisions. And I think it's problematic that it wasn't clear, how we're making these decisions, how important it was for people to fill out that questionnaire or whatnot. Otherwise, they're going to end up on the non-compliant list or whatever. Yeah, the fact that, we're not perfect and, there's room for people, from the community, from the applicants to volunteer information that we may have missed. So I think the fact that, we didn't, completely weren't able to provide all that information up front, that we didn't give people, given that we had limited time ourselves, that we didn't give people enough time to, look up this information and challenge it.
Right.
All of that needs to be factored in, I think, as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the guidelines have been of record on the website distributed
Right.
for months, so
But
somebody
people
who's
don't know what a
applying
POPS
for
is,
this.
right? People don't know what counts as public space. There's a lot of things that we're learning, right? And again, like, we're not, of course, it's not perfect the first time around, but yeah.
Catherine, yeah.
I would again go back to the comments that I made around that's what this process is for. Community input is invaluable. I think the property of the folks on East 20th Street, they showed up, they get it right. The community input part of this cannot be undervalued. That we want neighbors to show up. In SLAP, we strike a balance between residents and businesses. And quite frankly, what I will say is for a lot of the commercial applicants, we wouldn't, if this wasn't a new process, we don't hear all the SLAP applications. We don't hear all the SLA applications that come forward. But the ones where there is significant and a significant eye to look at, that's what we're going to have to start to do moving forward, where there are residents, where there are significant parts to our CB5 guidelines. But again, I stress, like I said, I think the 20th Street folks are a good example of what we want to see in terms of community input.
Yeah, and I think, we're gonna clean up this list. We're going to issue the draft motion with the list attached to it. Everybody has another opportunity next week to attend the full board and make whatever comments they want to, either on the committee or the public. So I think there will be adequate time for feedback, given the limitation of time overall. I mean, this whole process, quite frankly, came together in probably less than 2 weeks by the time we really got this stuff. So yeah, point well taken. We can include, if Samir is the official measurer, so that at least we have some consistency in how we're measuring it. If we want to do it that way, you can, if you want to volunteer.
Could you explain again how you've been measuring it?
Yeah, I've sent an email to Catherine before on how I did it, so I will send an email to everyone with instructions on how I measure.
So you're not doing a straight line, you're
Correct.
doing it like as people would
Correct.
walk.
Yes. And just to clarify, the reason we do that is because when the SLA has their 500-foot rule, that is also what they do.
Right, so if it's not a straight line, it's, you know, how you actually get there.
Yes, door to door.
Right. Okay, any other, yes,
Yeah, so just to be clear on the motion, we're not approving or disapproving anything tonight, are we?
we are making a motion that refers to a list, which we are still cleaning up. So that'll all come out tomorrow. And everybody, I guess, on the committee can look at that. But yeah, I mean, we have to get something done today while we're all here. So I would say, you know, the draft lists are what we're working off of with the adjustments that we've talked about. And that's what will be transmitted to the board. So we need a motion today that'll be transmitted, and then the task force is going to have to draft resolutions taking into account, you know, what we've talked about here that refer to the cleaned up list. That's what goes to the board.
And we feel confident that that finalized list is actually going to.
Feels a
make
little
note of-
problematic to vote on a list that's
That-
TBD.
Yeah.
Well, if you're voting,
I don't feel great about that.
What are we voting? on?
Voting on a concept?
Yes. Can I make a proposed motion just, and then we can.
Yeah.
See. So if I were to propose a motion, it would read as such: motion to approve the applications that have not been determined to be non-compliant with the OCM and Community Board 5 guidelines, and disapprove the applications that have been determined to be non-compliant with the OCM or Community Board 5 guidelines. With an addendum that describes why each location was non-compliant, using our best efforts, including a measured walking distance to each offending location. We reserve the right to comment on manner at a later time, as the current situation has not allowed us the appropriate amount of time to do full due diligence on each application. So that is what I would propose. I don't know if you're comfortable with that.
Can you say that one more time?
can you sing it?
I can put on the screen if that is helpful. It's a lot. It is a lot.
Well, I think the way to get
Are you
around
saying
this is to
guidelines of
say,
geography?
I think the way to get around is to say, the list will be divided into two groups, right? Non-compliant ones and not non-compliant. No, non-compliant. There is a non-compliant.
Yeah,
Yeah, there is.
Non-compliant, the non-compliant list has been determined, and then you go into your phrasing about.
Yeah, there's some that are
distance, blah, blah,
definitely
blah.
out, and then there's some that we haven't.
Yeah.
There's some that are like
Well,
possible,
we
and then
believe
there's
to
some
be
that are
compliant
definitely
with the
out, but we
application.
haven't said anything as a definite
Not
yes.
being-
Other than the one we voted on the other,
I think this is strong.
last month.
I think something like this. I think this is very strong. That describes why each location was.
Someone read it aloud,
Should we phrase it to be, we're voting down the ones that are non-compliant and then include that, so that it's the two separate things that are clear?
The actual wording.
I mean,
We're just.
this is just the
This-
general.
this is
yes.
Yeah.
Like, this is ideally a motion that we would vote on, but then the resolutions would be based off of this. motion.
So. can I-
Could anyone
can I-
read that?
I would take out the
Read it,
measured
let's see
walking
it.
stuff in here, right? That's the list will point to why they're
Stuart, can you
non-compliant.
read it again?
Yes.
There's
But
a
it's so-
question.
if you could just read it aloud, that would be helpful to me.
Yeah, I'll read it again. Motion to approve the applications that have not been determined to be non-compliant with the OCM and Community Board 5 guidelines, and disapprove the applications that have been determined to be non-compliant with the OCM or Community Board 5 guidelines, with an addendum that describes why each, let me change this location to application was non-compliant. Let me remove this. Using our best efforts, including a measured walking distance to each offending location. We reserve the right to comment on manner at a later time, as the current situation has not allotted us the appropriate amount of time to do that full due diligence on each application.
So I would just remove the phrase starting with using to the end of the sentence.
This part.
David.
Josh, are you okay removing that?
Well, so, I mean,
So,
Lydia, your point where, I mean, should this be worded as a deny unless, because that's what we use for some of our liquor license
Yeah.
applications, right? Deny unless the applicant
yeah,
is in compliance with the distance, with future
that, I think,
community engagement, that sort of
Okay.
thing. Is that something?
I think that from an administrative standpoint means that we can keep editing to be like, oh, you should definitely deny it. We could technically do it for.
You should run.
So the other part of this,
He's on a crew.
Yeah.
you could also add either take out the OCM part altogether or say deemed consistent with OCM and local law guidelines, because there are a lot of different parts. So, and we're speaking to what we developed that is consistent with all the regulations as we know them to be. So we don't have to, we are within our right to comment as a municipality, as a community board. But we're not commenting on on OCM. So there's no need to put OCM in the resolution.
Catherine, you're very echoey. I think are you on both a phone and a computer? If you could mute one of them, that would be helpful.
Oh no, I'm only on one device. You know, I'm not on a. Is that better?
It's the same.
Oh, wait a minute. I could do something different. My apologies.
Few sentences, I think.
I wonder, would it be possible for us to make two different motions and put the ones that we were definitely denying and the reasons into one motion, and the ones that we're sort of tentatively still looking into in a second one? And that would just like make the language easier to be very specific about and like very clear.
You could have two motions. Guidelines.
And then we can word it so that it's like,
right,
we're still
I
figuring
mean,
out
the
whether.
issue is what we said before, that the two,
these are getting denied.
the two lists are not clean right now.
Yeah, the lists aren't clean at all.
So neither of them is clean, so
I think
like one is and one isn't, so, yeah.
Yeah, so the deny unless the location is in compliance with, you know,
And
our
we just list all of
guidelines,
our
Yeah.
guidelines, yeah.
as well as future input of regarding
diligence.
the,
Yeah, no, that's
matter of
fine.
operation, community engagement.
We can technically
And then I would-
deny unless it gets us out of the list not being clean. But we need to clean.
I mean, that was one of the first suggestions from the first attorney, was like, why are you just denying all of these and then.
Well, he wanted to kick it down to like.
No, I
Not deny
understand, but this
unless, just
deny unless
yeah.
mechanism that we do going
Yeah,
to
yeah.
use seems like not only. should
That's
the-
fine. Yeah,
we,
but that's the way
it's
to do
something
it.
we had talked about, so that's
Why
why.
each application.
I just want to point out that was the first public comment that we got.
Well, we're not denying them, I think he was asking for something different.
Yeah, he wanted a full denial
He wanted a denial, yeah.
and then wanted us to do it December, but it snowballs.
And then
May I read two?
Yeah.
Okay, so two motions. The first motion, which is to, about the ones we determined to be non-compliant. So motion to deny the application is determined to be non-compliant with the Community Board 5 guidelines, with a list of why each application was deemed non-compliant using our best efforts, including a measured walking distance to each offending location. That's the first one. Second one, motion to deny the application is determined to be non-compliant with the Community Board 5 guidelines unless the location is incompliant. Wait, that doesn't make any sense.
I think deny unless fixes all the problems.
Motion to deny the applications unless the
retract my
location is
thing.
in
Jen's
compliance. Yeah. Motion to deny the applications unless the location is in compliance with the Community Board 5 guidelines. We reserve the right to comment on manner at a later time, as the current situation has not allotted us the appropriate amount of time to do that full due diligence on each application.
Would it help to see that one? up
Yeah,
on
I
the
would help to
screen?
see that one.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just editing it slightly. Okay, let me present this. Thank you for everyone's patience. This is a process. Okay, so the first one, let me also zoom in a little bit more. Go on that time. Okay, so that's the first one.
Yep, that's
Alright.
fine.
And then the second one. And I'll just read this because I made a few edits. I'll read it again. Motion to deny the applications unless the location is in compliance with the Community Board 5 guidelines with a list of which applications.
So you're missing the, whatever, attached, whatever you said in the first one.
With an attached list, that one? With the list.
A list of why each application.
Well, these are all would be compliant, so we just need, I guess, with a list of each application.
Okay.
Yes.
Motion to deny the applications unless the location is in compliance with the Community Board 5 guidelines with a list of said applications. We reserve the right to comment on manner at a later time as the current situation has not allotted us the appropriate amount of time to do that full due diligence on each application. That would be the deny unless.
Yeah, you have to say motion to deny unless. Mhm.
I can move that. Wait.
Yep.
But we want. Okay. Okay. Applications.
Okay.
Is application supposed to be plural?
Supposed to be possessed. The application. Oh, no.
No, I don't think so.
No, I think we're good.
Yeah, just plural.
Plural is
Wait.
the right way to go.
Yeah, because we're.
These are not the resolution. This is just the.
I'd like to know where you got them.
Do we need quotation marks around manner because that's a specific legal term?
When I say it aloud, no one was gonna know
Yeah, no, I
that
don't, yeah.
there is a quotation around it, but I'm happy to put one.
Manner.
I think we should capital M.
All right, there you go.
Okay, so with that, unless there are other substantive comments,
Will we need to bundle these? Because there are two motions. Do we need two votes?
we're gonna do two votes here.
Okay,
Do
perfect.
you need
We-
two
we could
motions? Doesn't
technically
the
just
second one
do-
cover the first?
The second one does cover the first, but I think it clarifies.
Well,
for
we talked
us in our
about
process
having,
what-
we talked about having separate resolutions for the
That's-
denial and the, I guess what we're calling deny unless. So,
Well, why?
well, I would have to ask Nick, which I can't do, but, I think part of it was precedent at another community board, how he wanted to present it to the board because of the different set of issues. I don't know.
Let's take a transparency.
I mean, we can always combine them when we get to the board anyway, so.
Like bundle it.
Yeah, it does, I feel like maybe it clarifies what.
I mean, just to count.
I mean, we want these things to be in two different categories, and it makes sense that we.
Yeah, we did, well, we didn't want to have one motion, one list, and some things said deny and some things said, accept. So once we said, all right, well, then you need two lists, then it was like, okay, well, then we need, two resolutions or, anyway, two motions. So, and we can revisit this when we take it to the board.
It does
Yeah.
cover, the second one covers if anything is accidentally snuck in.
Okay,
Great.
so let's do the,
So we are doing two motions, two votes. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, so let's start with the first one. I'd like to make a motion to deny the applications determined to be non-compliant with the Community Board 5 guidelines with a list of why each application was deemed non-compliant using our best efforts, including a measured walking distance to each offending location.
okay, and is there a second?
For a second.
And,
David,
yes.
Seth,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Catherine. Catherine.
Yes, yes.
Phil,
Yes.
Libby,
Yes.
Miles,
Yes.
Samir,
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
You're on.
Yes.
Tiffany,
Yes.
Todd,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Janice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, second motion, I'd like to make a motion, or I guess I move that, that we make a motion to deny, unless the applications are in compliance with the Community Board 5 guidelines with a list of said applications. We reserve the right to comment on manner at a later time, as the current situation has not allotted us the appropriate amount of time to do that full due diligence on each individual application.
Second?
Second.
Thank you.
All right. David,
Yes.
Seth,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Catherine,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Libby,
Yes.
Miles,
Yes.
Samir.
Yes.
Christopher.
Yes.
Huron.
Yes.
Tiffany,
Yes.
Todd,
Yes.
I'm a yes, Janice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, everybody on the committee. Thanks, everybody that provided input on the call. And we're gonna move on to the next item.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, yeah.
You're welcome to stay. I didn't mean to. Feel like you were unwelcome.
All right, so the next item. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Yep. The next item is an application from Fortuna Hotel Chelsea LLC at 127 West 28th Street, also known as the Hotel Hayden. So this, Janice will do the introduction, but this was an application for an alteration to an existing liquor license in order to substitute the owner rather than the previous lessee of the space. So do you want to do the intro?
Sure. Okay, so it's for Hotel Hayden, 127 West 28th Street. This is an alteration of an existing license to transfer from a prior tenant to the hotel owner. There are also improvements that will be made to the premises. The hotel is located on West 28th Street between 6th and 7th Avenues in the Flower District. There are a number of new hotels in the block. The location is just west of the Broadway corridor restricted licensing area. The premises consist of 3 primary areas. First, the lobby restaurant, consisting of 1,500 square feet with a full kitchen and menu with a capacity of 80 people. Second, a front outdoor patio of 900 square feet with 5 tables and 12 chairs. And third, a rooftop of 1,200 square feet with a capacity of 76 people. The majority of the space to be within a newly constructed enclosure. A questionnaire was submitted on July 13th. A public meeting was held at the hotel on August 23rd, and discussions have been held with representatives of the hotel owner and a proposed third-party operator since then. The prior tenant, Mykonos Blue, operated these spaces as a nightclub and received 30 noise complaints with the NYPD response required between February 2nd, 2020 and May 14th, 2021, before they vacated the premises. The third-party operator runs existing restaurants on the Lower East Side and proposes to operate the premises as full-service restaurants with table service only, music at background levels, and limited private events with a DJ only in the lobby restaurant and never on the rooftop or patio at any time. The applicant will retain the services of a noise consultant to ensure all areas comply with New York City noise code and will install a sound limiter. The proposed closing hours are for the lobby restaurant, 12 a.m. on Monday through Wednesday and 2 a.m. Thursday through Sunday. For the patio, 11 p.m. 7 days per week. And for the rooftop, any areas that are not fully enclosed, no earlier than 11 a.m. daily and no later than 11 p.m. 7 days a week. And for the areas that are fully enclosed, no earlier than 10 a.m. daily and no later than 12 a.m. Monday through Wednesday and 2 a.m. Thursday through Sunday. For reference, the CB5 rooftop and outdoor policy operating hours are 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday. And originally, the applicant had requested 1 a.m. closing times for all spaces, indoor and outdoor.
Great, thank you. Are there representatives from the applicant or applicant's counsel on the call now? If you could identify yourself, raise your hand.
Joshua Berman, I just. Joshua, you can speak.
Joshua?
There's a message in the chat. Is he trying to chat or something? Or is that an old message?
Joshua Berman, can you hear us? You can unmute.
He's unmuted, right? There's no.
He's unmuted.
There's no little symbol next to his name.
If he goes into the settings on Zoom, it might be a input setting. If he's on headphones and then it goes off headphones, I've had this problem before. It's very confusing. But it has to be on his end.
The applicant?
He is the operator.
But it has to be on that, like that end to fix it.
Hello?
Yeah.
How about now?
Yep.
Okay, I don't know what the issue was. I was waiting all that time, and then I got super nervous.
You're actually very echoey.
I think it's these things. Can one of these be shut off? Because we can probably just hear out of one of them.
Oh, because the fact that
I
it's
only have
flashing.
it on one screen. I had it up on my phone before, but then I turned that off because I was going to try pulling it up on my phone. I had the audio up. I don't know if it's on your end.
We think it's on our
I think
end.
it's on our end.
Okay.
You don't? Okay. I think they're not pairing correctly, so let's try it
That's
with
okay.
one.
When all else fails, just unplug.
Okay, try again.
Okay, how about now?
Great.
All right, good evening.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, we're good on our side.
With the amount of dispensaries opening, I think maybe I'm in the wrong business. Maybe I should go into like snacks and cookies or something, and outside of the restaurants.
Did you want to make a statement as part of this? And I don't know if Harry or Max were on the call, but
No, I spoke with Harry before. Just I wanted to make one correction. We were not part of the original application process. We weren't aware of the original application that had been filed. The last application that had been filed was the hours and times that we had requested. Just as way of introduction, I've been in the hospitality industry since I was 14 years old. So, and my business partner, who's also on the call, David, we operate two other facilities, two other restaurants in the East Village, Fool's Gold, as well as Royale. We also have a lot of experience taking over a place that has had some previous history and previous issues with neighbors, noise complaints. So if you're unfamiliar with our current facility, Royale, it has a huge backyard. We're known for having one of the best burgers in the city. And we're also known for the backyard space that we completely renovated during COVID. We never closed our doors. We kept people hired the entire time. We have corrected all of the issues with our neighbors. We're on very good terms with our neighbors, including some of the buildings that were next door, which were the squatter buildings. We're on very good terms with them. If you look at our record and our liquor license, we have a very clean record. I have a professional background in addition to being in the hospitality industry. So I try to run things very like by system and impose a lot of that on my staff. In addition to that, you know, if you look at noise complaints or any violations or issues, we have a very, very clean background when it comes to that. We've raised the grade of the restaurant to an A. We haven't failed since that or had it below an A at all. So I know that there was previous issues with Hotel Hayden and the was it Mykonos Blue. We uncovered some of those issues. And then just in addition to that, one of the reasons why we were looking at the surrounding area and determining, what would be appropriate hours just based on, the concept that we're looking at, there's really no neighbors around us. And in fact, I just did a quick map, and just looking to the right of our building, we have another hotel. There's 2 office buildings behind us. There is a 7-unit apartment directly west of us, but it's also it's many floors down because it's only a 7th-floor building in comparison to the rooftop. And if you haven't been to the top of Hotel Hayden, there's a huge barrier on top of that. And when you add that to the structure that we're going to be putting up, the outdoor structure that will be enclosed to incorporate encapsulate the sound, I think that the community is going to be in good hands. Outside of that, the structure that we're looking at is a similar structure that we have at Royale currently. It is a metal structure, so it takes away a lot of the sound. It's capable of beyond Category 5 hurricane winds. In fact, if you look at some of the ones that were put up in Florida, the house will be gone, but the structure is actually still remaining, is still there. So well above 200-mile-an-hour winds. So for safety concerns, we've addressed a lot of that. I had an engineer look at the blueprints of the hotel already to determine if it can be done, and yes, it can be done. So I do my homework before jumping into a lot of these projects. As way of example, Royale took me 3.5 years before we settled on that location, and just making sure that the stars align, so to speak, especially in New York, where it can be so difficult to operate, let alone cover your costs and have good margins and things. So if there's any questions, coincidentally, even this came up, the building directly behind 127 West is actually where my grandfather used to run his store. So it's 134 West 29th Street. It's directly behind there. And I knew it was like right around there. So before the call, I actually asked my mother, and she's like, yeah, he was directly behind you guys. Just coincidentally, I thought that would be a fun fact. But I just wanted to open up, any questions that the community has for us. I also have direct contact with a lot of the neighbors. They have our phone numbers. If there are issues, we handle those issues firsthand. We are the point of contact to make sure that we are in good terms with the community.
Yeah, thank you. I actually don't think we're that far apart. There are really 2 things. The 1 a.m. time that was requested was also the basis of our community meeting. And before, we I guess Harry kind of exercised the option of coming directly to a hearing at the committee level. We had talked about having another community meeting at which the 1 o'clock versus 2 o'clock question could be discussed, but we skipped that step. So at this point, we're at a hearing at the committee. We have not had the benefit of a second community meeting, with you present. So it's really hard for us to make a change to something that had already gone through that step. Just in front of the committee like this. So I'll say that. The other thing is that we have a rooftop policy as well. And, the way we tried to draft the affidavit was basically that as long as the enclosure, hurricane proof or not, can reduce the sound level to 42 decibels as required by the city noise code, then we could treat it like indoor space. And if we didn't, or I should say if the enclosure didn't, then it had to be treated as outdoor space. And if that's the case, then we're back to our rooftop proposal. So that's kind of how we got as far on this as we did. I don't know what else, there's no evidence yet that the enclosure will reduce noise. So we would need a sound study done, which, we don't care whether it's done before you build it or after you build it, but it would probably make sense to get somebody to give you an opinion before you build it. that it's going to reduce the noise. But that was it. I mean, so we thought that was kind of a fair way to approach it. If you can hit the noise code, then by all means operate on indoor hours. And if you can't, then operate on outdoor hours. And we have a policy in place for what those are. So I didn't think we were that far apart. And I was hoping we'd be able to bridge the gap, tonight quickly. So I mean, we had done a draft. I mean, essentially we're talking about going back to the times and days that we had proposed that align with our structure. So, as Janice mentioned, our outdoor policy is 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 11 o'clock Friday and Saturday. So we would look to do that for the patio space and for any parts of the rooftop that are not fully enclosed and haven't met the noise code. And then we were back to a 1 a.m. closing for any of these areas, the indoor restaurant or the indoor rooftop, because that's what we had discussed with the community. So short of you being comfortable with that, we would, I guess, stop this hearing and start the process over again with another community meeting. If you feel strongly about the hours that you're proposing.
Well, no, and I appreciate the question. I think it's a good one, especially if there's a policy in place. We're not trying to go against any policy, and I think we consider ourselves part of the neighborhood and part of the community. Our current restaurant right now has been in existence since 2003. So quite some time. We're really a part of the neighborhood, and we like to consider our establishment not just as a place where somebody can just go get wasted or something like this. We're a restaurant first. We think that as far as for the noise perspective, we're not looking to bring in DJs. We're not looking to promote, nothing like that. I think it's distasteful personally. So our concept isn't going to be drawing that type of crowd. It's more of a restaurant type crowd. The other part that I think is important to take into consideration is we are going to be serving tourists that are in the hotel, and they're going to be coming back to the hotel or potentially going to the restaurant during their stay. And we're also looking to serve the community and the businesses in the area. For example, at Royale, we do have a 4 a.m. license, but we very rarely take it into use. So it's more of a safeguard. A lot of times what we do is so during the week, even if you look on Google, our hours of operation, even though we can stay open till 4 a.m. and we have a license till 4 a.m. 7 days a week, during the week, we don't use it. But it is a nice safety net so that in the event that, there was somebody who was there for, or we had a lot of people in for some type of event, or maybe like Monday isn't a working day during the week and there's a holiday on Sunday or something like this. It's nice to have a little bit of leeway. It protects us. It protects, the people in our establishment. So very rarely do we even use those hours, but it is a nice safeguard. So it also allows our staff some time to actually close at that time, because we take that into consideration, the well-being of them as well. So it's more of like having the 2 a.m., especially for a place like a rooftop where people are there to be outside and to see the views, generally that's where people are going. We think that that's pretty vital and pretty important, especially if we address the sound, and it is, an enclosed space as well.
Can I ask you a question? Am I correct? And I'm jumping in here, but your point is not opining on the 1 or the 2. Your point is the community has not had a chance to opine on the 1 or.
Well, they did. No, they opined on the 1.
Right. And now they would be sort of being retraded on behind their back, sort of. Isn't that what it would kind of feel like?
A little bit, yeah.
So I think that's the problem here, right?
Unless the applicant is okay with the 1.
Right.
Yeah, which was, how we got to this point. We thought we would be able to bridge this tonight. I think that's really, you know.
The problem is,
These are the
it's
differences.
appropriate to agree with you without, when the
Yeah.
input from the community and the agreement of the community was different.
Did they agree to the one, or were they still upset about the one, but we?
No, I mean,
Sometimes that
at
happens
the,
too.
at the community meeting, they basically, the focus at the time was 1 o'clock for the lobby indoor restaurant, and most people felt that that was isolated enough, that that wasn't gonna be an issue. So, no, so I
Yeah, the
don't- I don't-
restaurant is actually pushed very far back into the hotel space. It's not, you have to walk through the lobby. I don't even know how there could be a sound issue from the restaurant itself. I wouldn't think that that would be a concern. If anything, you know, the outside, in the front, when you're walking in, there is some seating capacity there, but we have no problem with the hours that were, suggested or recommended. And I think there was an agreement when it came to those hours with both, the community board and us. We have no problem with that. You know, it also makes it easier to manage for staff and things, and it does get rid of a lot of like the riffraff people that would be hanging out in front and stuff like this. So drawing them into the restaurant and then to the rooftop, you know, where a lot of the sound can be displaced or is enclosed within the structure, you know, I think this is probably what's best for everybody when we're looking at, you know, collective bargaining.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, as I said, it's really, you know, kind of hitting reset. I think, you know, the latest proposal was on the patio was 11 PM, 7 days a week. I just don't see that being approved. I don't see us changing precedent on the unenclosed rooftop area. You know, and the other piece of this, is just making sure, I don't want you to build the thing, operate it, and then we have endless complaints that the enclosure doesn't, you know, block the sound. And then we're just, you know, now so
just trying to learn where the complaints would be coming from also, because it's two office buildings that are directly behind us. And there's
yeah, we have a list of, I don't know. I mean, I think we had 10 or 12 people that showed up who are immediate neighbors at the community meeting, and we had email input from probably another 10 people from surrounding buildings. So I mean, there are surrounding buildings. It's not just office space and other hotels. There are residences adjacent and behind that building. You know, ultimately, whatever we do here, you've got to meet with those people anyway. And we're happy to arrange that. But, you know, in terms of trying to get something done tonight, I think it's kind of, you know, what we wrote is what we thought was appropriate given the prior discussions. And I realize you didn't benefit from those discussions, but, you know, it's kind of where we are. And if you're not comfortable with that, then that's okay. But we would have to circle back and kind of start the process over again.
Well, I guess, so if the community had, if we had met with the neighbors and we speak with the community, which we've done in the past, in other areas, would that be enough to gain approval? Or I guess what I'm asking here directly is, what would it take?
Well, if we're going to do it tonight, I guess the answer is, you know, for you to be comfortable with where the agreement was already. And if you're not comfortable, then we would be on a different schedule. We would set up another community meeting. You know, we'd stop this proceeding. We'd set up another community meeting, and you can have that discussion on ours and the enclosure. And then we would have to take it back to a board, you know, in December or January, whenever that gets done. We didn't see it as that controversial because it was only an hour, and you always have the ability to come back. I mean, and I will say, you know, Joshua, that you're coming in on the heels of an operator that really burned bridges with the community. There were a lot of very angry people at the meeting to the point of, as Janice mentioned, 30 police calls in a 2-year period in the middle of COVID.
Yeah.
So they were not really eager to believe anything that anybody was saying about how it was going to be operated.
Well, I think, a tribute to us is the fact that we have a very similar experience with the previous place that we took over now. So the community could take a lot more confidence in knowing and comfort in knowing that not only is this operator completely different, but we have experience with a very similar situation. It's kind of like one of those things you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. If it's not me, it could be somebody else who could be operating in a much worse capacity. Because if I don't, take over the place, it's going to be somebody else eventually. So, you're left between decisions here of if it's not us and we're saying, hey, we're going to work with the community. Here's my phone number where people can actually call us directly. We're not looking to bring in DJs. We're not looking to promote the place. We're looking to establish a French bistro restaurant, operate it very professionally, keep things very clean. We have an outstanding track record that speaks volumes to us and to our history. What more could somebody ask for if you're looking for a good operator? That's a completely different experience than the previous one you had.
Yeah, and as I said, if you want to, your choice is, I think, get this done tonight on the current terms and get in there, operate, prove to the neighbors that, that's how it's going to be run, and then come back and ask for another hour, which, or whatever it is, which shouldn't really be an issue at that point, or stop this, engage in those discussions now, and then we'll see, what the end agreement is. I don't doubt that we'll end up in an agreement, but
when could we ask for that?
When could you ask for the community meeting? Oh, I mean, you could theoretically do it anytime after we, there'll be an affidavit and you'll be in there as the operator. And at whatever point that you think, you're going to want to circle back with the community before you come back here, because that's who we would be asking whether, you've been the kind of operator that you promised to be. And then, which happens all the time. So, whenever you're comfortable that you won't be wasting your time by coming back and asking for additional operating hours because you've already spoken to the community, that's when you would come back.
Okay. And just for clarification, and I'm understanding this properly, is the decision right now from the community board 1 a.m. or has that been voted on? What's the process? If you could just help paint what that looks like for me.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's been voted on. This would be the vote. This was the feedback from the community meeting. And as I said, it's what was on the application. So it's what we started with. So, yeah, it would be a 1 a.m. closing time, for indoor space. Well, I mean, the affidavit is actually pretty complete, but it would be 1 a.m. instead of 2 a.m.
Is it just Thursday through Sunday?
No, I mean, we would go back to our usual schedule. Yeah.
When you say your usual schedule?
Well, Sunday is a weekday for us. You have 12 a.m. Monday through Wednesday. We would typically do Sunday through Wednesday. So Sunday through Wednesday, 12 a.m. Thursday through Saturday, 1 a.m. The patio would operate under the outdoor policy, so 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday. The indoor rooftop, if it passed the sound test, then that would operate on the same hours as the lobby restaurant. And the areas that are outside of the enclosure would operate on the outdoor hours. And the rest of the language, was already agreed to. So a lot of the things that you talked about, in terms of the DJ and everything else, that was already in the agreement.
Yeah. Sunday's a tricky day, you know, because especially like you know, if you're some Mondays aren't work days, and you know, there's your community board happens to also be in an area where there's a lot of tourism, and you know, yeah, it's always a tricky day. I understand you guys consider it a weekday.
Well, the neighbors consider it a weekday. They consider that night a weeknight, say, yeah.
So basically the points of contention here are the 1 or 2 and versus 2 a.m.
Yeah, and I suppose the days, you know, the Sunday through Wednesday thing.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, yeah, the rest of the agreement was finished.
And so you're suggesting that Sunday close at 12?
Sunday close at 12, yeah. And the goal would be to finish the affidavit by, you know, Friday or something, Monday at the latest, so that we can get it to our executive committee on Tuesday and to the board on Thursday.
Mm-hmm. So the rooftop, if it's completely enclosed, this wouldn't be part of that, right? We would still be operating under the 1 a.m.
Yeah, I mean, if it was enclosed and it passed the sound test, which, you know, you could do at the design stage initially,
Yeah.
so.
Sure.
But I mean, we don't know who on the community is on this call yet, so I would like to open it up, you know, to comments from the committee and then to the public.
Okay. Happy to answer questions, yeah.
Okay, any comments or questions from them? Yeah.
I wonder if, like, kind of similar to what we did with the movie theater setup last time, we could just draft like the deny unless affidavit and the applicant can consider it more on their own. So we would stick to the 1 a.m. guidelines and the applicant could then consider how that works for his business model.
Okay.
I'll make a comment there. There doesn't seem to be a reason to vary from precedent here that I'm aware of, and maybe I'm just not aware of it, but it's my observation is there's no demanding reason to do that.
The prior operator had different hours. But you know, that's not a precedent either. You know, the prior operator, you know, was a problem.
Right.
So yeah, so that didn't really hold a lot of water. Anybody else? Okay, if there's anybody on the call that would like to speak, please raise your hand.
So we're ready. Oh my gosh.
We're all here for 20th.
Oh, yeah.
Tina, you're unmuted, you can speak.
But I just asking.
Tina Borg.
Hello, this is Tina Barr. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep, we can hear you.
Hi. I'm interested in the patio. Okay. I'm particularly interested in noise on the patio, particularly music that's recorded and played on the patio. Is that going to happen? According to what I've been following this, and it seems like you think you can do it till 11 o'clock at night.
Well, 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 11 o'clock Friday and Saturday.
Right, that is not within the noise specifications, for the city. The location, according to the noise specifications, is within 50 feet of any building that is lawfully occupied by residential use. The distance of 50 feet shall be measured in a straight line from a point on the exterior of the wall to the next joining building. And the next where the residencies are, and there's one across the street and there's one put up against the hotel next door. What happens is that in order to play music outside in a residential area, which is what that is, if somebody's living within those limits, you have to get a special permit from the police department with a maximum length of 5 days, and it's not necessarily renewable. And it's not automatically renewable. And the maximum hours go from only until 8 p.m. or sunset. They don't go to 11 o'clock. And they begin at 9 in the morning during the week and 10 in the morning on weekends. That's it. That's all I want to say. And those are the specific things, and I sent them all in to you, and I sent them to Janice K. Young.
Okay, well, we'll take that into consideration. Our outdoor guideline has been in effect for a long time and has been applied to other locations. Yeah.
Well, I mean, so we did include language in the affidavit.
5G though, but yeah.
Okay, it's changed.
Yeah.
It did. In fact, the hotel down the street lost its.
Yeah, so Tina, we did, based on the community meeting that we had, we did incorporate language into the affidavit that states that for the patio, they will stop playing music at 10 p.m. So even if they are open on the weekend to 11 p.m., they will stop playing music at 10 p.m.
Yeah, and hi, Tina, I'll if I can, I'd like to address that too. I appreciate your concern. In fact, one of my biggest pet peeves are people that walk around the streets carrying their boom boxes. I think it should be illegal. Yes. I hate this. For me, when I walk into a restaurant or an establishment, ambiance is very important. If anything stands out too much, including the music, if it's distasteful, if it's too loud, I think that it detracts from your business. If you're going to be hearing music across the street, this is not what our goal is at all. You're not going to be hearing this. It's more a contributor just to the general ambiance if we are playing anything. And yes, I'm totally fine with turning off the music at 10 o'clock as by the community board's recommendation as well. And if there are ever concerns, Tina, again, the community will have direct contact with us, meaning my business partner and we address those issues very quickly. And I would be glad to even provide recommendations from our neighbors now and our current locations in the East Village.
So the language, Tina, that's in the agreement now is ensure music is played at a background level only and only during operating hours in the lobby, restaurant, and rooftop, and no later than 10 p.m. every night in the patio.
Not later than, excuse me?
Not later than 10 p.m. every night in the patio.
Yes, but you don't have the right to play it till 10 p.m. every night on the patio.
It's against the law.
It's against the law. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Not according to the noise.
10-108, yes, it is, very specifically.
There are 2 minutes to talk.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for the input and we'll take another look at it then.
All right, I'm gonna be in court.
Thanks.
Okay.
Is that it? Okay. So, our choice is to do a motion deny unless that refers to the draft affidavit, I guess, And then we'll figure out with Joshua what, what they want to do. Okay, so what would that motion be?
Motion to deny unless they agree to the steps in the affidavit.
In the draft, yeah,
Second.
okay,
All right, we'll take this to a vote. David,
yes,
Seth,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Catherine,
Yes.
Catherine, Bill,
Yes.
Libby,
Yes.
Samir,
Yes.
Christopher,
Yes.
you're on,
Yes.
Tiffany,
Yes.
Todd,
Yes.
I'm a yes, Janice,
Yes.
motion passes.
okay. So Joshua, the draft is circulated. Harry has our previous draft that he marked up. I'm happy to get back in touch with him. And, as I said, ideally, we'd wrap this up in the next couple of days. And then it'll go to the board next week. And then, you can come back to us whenever you think the community is ready to consider that. And, or alternatively, walk away from this affidavit and we'll, start the process over again with you rather than with, the owner, the way it was done the last time.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I
Okay.
appreciate everybody's time and, feel free if there are questions to reach out as well.
Okay, thanks very much. Actually, if
Thank
you could you send your contact info to office@cb5.org?
Yeah, I think Harry also put it on the affidavit with my direct phone number on there, but yes, I can have that. I can also send it.
Okay.
I'll do that as well.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we have it. Okay,
No
thank you very
problem.
much.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everybody.
You too. Okay, so the last item is an application from Roadside Attractions LLC at 47 West 20th Street, formerly known as the Limelight, for a new liquor license with operating hours until 1 a.m. Monday through Sunday. Premises seeks to have recorded music and live music, as well as sound from stage productions at background and entertainment levels. There is no outdoor space as part of this application. So Zona, are you gonna?
Yeah. So this application is for the northeast corner of 20th Street and 6th Avenue at 47 West 20th Street. It's a multi-story space with 3 floors totaling around 21,000 square feet. So on the ground floor, it'll be seating capacity of 48 with an additional 219 seats on the second floor and 94 seats on the third floor for a total of around 360. The applicant is seeking to renovate this old church space and create a theater to put on musical plays and other productions. And the liquor license will be to facilitate the concessions programming with bars to serve patrons and showgoers. This applicant envisions a partial kitchen. They'll not really be cooking and mostly just heating up some food and snacks. In terms of the operator, it's Scott Moore. He has decades-long experience in Broadway and in the theater industry. He's represented by Donald Bernstein and has engaged Marvel Design as architects that have a broad theater portfolio. To give some context on the block, it's pretty residential. There's a number of apartments on both 20th Street and 21st Street on either side. There's a lot of liquor licenses on the block, many of whom have not been good neighbors in the past, and the residents have had a long history of having to deal with disruptions to quality of life. Some of the operators to call out include Zerline Club, which is right next to them at 49 West 20th Street, Boxers NYC on 20th Street, Slate on 21st Street, Bounce Sports Club on 21st Street. So there's a lot of other liquor licenses in the area. I would note that this does fall within our restricted licensing area in Flatiron. And this application deviates from our guidelines in a few ways. Most notably the hours. So the operator is proposing 1 a.m. close 7 days a week, where our guidelines would ask for weekday close of no later than 12 a.m. Our guidelines also require a full kitchen and no more than 4,000 square feet. But that said, as we kind of seen weeks before, this is kind of different in terms of the nature of the operation as a theater, and it's certainly not a restaurant or a nightclub. Just to touch on music a little bit, the applicant has noted that since it will be producing stage productions, they are also in line in just wanting to keep the sound in and not letting it escape to street level. They have commissioned a sound study. As part of that, they are envisioning having private events. The operator anticipates running shows during the evening, so these private events would probably be for daytime events. Like if someone wanted to rent out the space for Fashion Week or something private of that nature. The applicant has shared with us a sound study, a security plan, and a traffic study. And since their original application, they even revised the floor plans to account for a main patron entrance along 6th Avenue rather than on 20th Street to prevent congestion on the street level based on the findings of their study. Ticketing is also going to be done on the ground floor inside to avoid loitering on the street. In terms of community feedback, we had a lot of good input from the community, both in written comments and verbally. Again, there's been a lot of poor accountability with other operators on the block, though they certainly recognize that this is a different operator as well. To highlight some specific concerns, there's certainly a question of how to manage departing patrons if they are rowdy, especially later into the evening, of dealing with garbage and also loading in a mindful manner. Given that this is, a theater, they'll probably be moving sets, even if it's not frequently. It's something that we don't want to be disruptive to the neighbors. And then finally, just traffic and congestion and getting people into the space. One stip that was raised by a neighbor specifically was to add language explicitly stating that only ticket holders can purchase food and alcohol, which I believe was agreed to by the operator at the time. And of course, we have our standard language that we usually include about asking for contact information and coordinating with neighbors around waste removal and loading. Yeah.
Okay, is there a representative of the applicant on the call?
Is that Donald Bernstein and Scott Moore?
Yes.
Yes. And Daniel Saron, so.
No. But the other
You
people.
can ask them if they should come.
Thanks, everyone.
Hi, is Danielle Saron part of your
Yep,
group?
she
Or?
is, yes, she is
Okay.
with us.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. My name's Donald Bernstein. I'm counsel for the applicant. My client, Scott Moore, is here, and we have a few other people on our team who are going to say a few words, and we'll also be available to answer any questions. I think what I'd like to do is, there are a few comments that I have to supplement what Zona said, and Zona, thank you for that, and thank you for all the time that you put into this and coming to see the space and arranging the meeting with residents. Then I'd like to turn it over to Scott, who is here from Roadside, and he can give you a better flavor than I can of what is going to go on in the space. Our architect, Danielle Saron, is also here, and I think it would be helpful, and you tell us if you would like this, if we can walk you through the space so you can see exactly what it's going to look like, or at least see the floor plans and understand how it's going to be operated. And as Zona said, we were keenly aware of issues on this block. I've been involved with licenses in this block since we got rid of Limelight over 20 years ago. And for that reason, Scott has agreed a number of months ago to engage an acoustic engineer, a traffic expert, and a security expert to do studies. We've provided those to the community board office some time ago. And we did them not only for your benefit, but for ours. And one of the benefits of doing that is that while the entrance was originally planned to be 20th Street, which is why the address that you have is the West 20th Street address, it was determined that it would be best for the residents and even better for us to move that onto 6th Avenue. So the address will be Sixth Avenue, the entrance will be Sixth Avenue. There will be no regular entrance on 20th Street. I do want to address the issues raised by your restricted licensing area, but I would note that I'm not even sure it applies, because that talks about venues on 20th, on 21st, and this is on 6th Avenue as I now see it. But I'm going to address those concerns anyway. This is going to be a Broadway style legitimate theater. Scott will fill you in on the background of his team. They've been quite notable and putting in some very high-end legitimate theater performances that I think will actually be a benefit to the community. It's really something quite special that's coming into the neighborhood. This is not a lounge. This is not a bar. This is not a nightclub. This is a legitimate theater. As with Broadway and other legitimate theater, food and beverage, including alcohol, is an amenity for guests that are coming not to eat, not to drink. They're coming to enjoy the show. And some people, as part of that experience, choose to get a small bite to eat, choose to have a soda or a beer or a drink. And there are not limited times that it's available, but it's a practical matter, limited times that people are going to do that. They're going to do that before the show. They're going to do that during intermission, and they may do that after the show. Or what most people do after a show is they get out because they want to get home and get to their cars as soon as they can. As Zona mentioned, there is no outdoor space. I also want to point out that, as Scott said on the call, there's not going to be any brightly lit Broadway type marquee in front of this building. And as we also told Zona and the residents, this is not a place where people can just walk in and have a drink. You have to have a ticket, just like in any legitimate theater. You have to have a ticket with a seat to get in. And if you have a ticket, you're able to have some food and beverage. When Danielle takes you through the floor plans, you will see that there is rather large lobby areas on the ground floor and the second floor for people to come in, either buy their tickets or meet other friends or whoever they're going with, and wait until it's time for the show to begin. Before I turn it over to Scott, which I'm going to do in a minute, I just want to address a couple of the issues by your restricted licensing guidelines, which, as I stated, I question whether they're really applicable here because this is a 6th Avenue entrance. With respect to the square footage, I think one reason why you've got that limitation is because there were 20 years ago a number of nightclubs in the space using large spaces, and you don't want that. You wanted restaurants, not the venues that were problematic for the community. In fact, while this theater is large, the square footage devoted to food and beverage, if you exclude the theater and you exclude back of house, which is excludable under your guidelines, it's under 4,000 square feet. So in fact, the food and beverage area would comply with your guidelines were they applicable. The full kitchen, again, I think the reason why you want a full kitchen is because you don't want bars or lounges. You want restaurants. I don't think that really applies to this because this is not a nightclub. This is not a bar or a lounge. People aren't coming here for the purpose of drinking alcohol. And the advantage of not having a full kitchen is you don't have to deal with venting. We don't have to deal with odors. We don't have to deal with anything like that that could arguably disturb any of the neighbors. And with respect to the closing hours, your proposed hours of midnight and 1 a.m. in your resolution, specifically it says the last seating is at midnight at 1 a.m. It doesn't say it has to close at midnight 1 a.m. It says last seating. I think, and Scott will correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that we will close by 1 a.m. Therefore, it would be compliant with your recommended hours. With that, I'm going to stop talking and let you hear from the guy who can give you a better flavor of what this is all about. Go ahead, Scott.
Thanks, Zona. I really appreciate your support, and I appreciate the visit, and thanks to the committee for letting us talk. Theater people, we love to talk. I think today I wanted to be able to introduce you to a little bit about what our plan is, because I think that certainly from the first meeting I had with some of the residents in the area, and I'm a Chelsea resident, so I'm, while I'm not exactly in the Flatiron district, I'm not very far from there. I think there's a lot of fear that we were going to create something that was very similar to what had been there 20 years ago, which there's still obviously some very strong feelings about. So that's not our intention. Our intention is to actually create, we believe that this is the most beautiful building in Manhattan, and that we think it's a shame that it's not being used. And what we'd like to do is create a very kind of cultural destination in the Flatiron where we can present high quality entertainment for the enjoyment of residents and from people who want to come in and visit the lovely building and perhaps visit some restaurants and other attractions in the neighborhood. So we can go to the next page. We can go to the next page. I'm trying to go fast because I know everybody's had a long evening. This is a little bit about the building. I don't think I need to tell anything you about this, but obviously our intention is to create a legitimate stage experience in the building. And I think the people that are going to present this offering to you are the kind of people that will very strongly support that statement. So you can go to the next page. The producer and operator of this event is a producer named Hunter Arnold, who's currently a multi-Tony Award winning producer, represented on Broadway now by Hadestown and Moulin Rouge and several other productions. I think he's won 7 or 8 Tony Awards for his productions. He also operates several legitimate stage attractions in London and a immersive venue that he's currently building underneath Waterloo Station that has an immersive that will have an immersive stage experience as well as a full restaurant and a full bar in a very new space that is considerably larger than the space we're talking about. You can see a little bit of credits there. And I think the artistic vision here, and I think that anybody who goes to the theater in New York will be more excited about somebody that's been a little bit more front-facing. Michael Arden recently won the Tony Award, which for people who are not theater people is the theater equivalent of the Oscar, Grammy, or Emmy. He won the Tony Award this past season for his production of Parade, which was a very lauded production, sold out production that has recently closed on Broadway and is currently involved with several other productions with us and with other producers. So, he's his artistic credits are very strong, and anybody who saw Parade, I'm sure will attest to that. We can go to the next page. And even more exciting, I think, is that we have, after speaking to many, many, many wonderful architects, we were able to secure the services of an architecture firm named Marvel. And my friend Danielle is here to represent them. And I hope she'll tell us a little bit about Marvel as an operation, but also she's going to walk you guys through the floor plan so you can see kind of what we've envisioned for this beautiful space on 20th and 6th Avenue.
Thank you, Scott. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, great. So just a little bit about Marvel. We're an interdisciplinary team with architects, landscape architects, interior designers, and as Scott mentioned, we have a history of experience in theaters and performance spaces. Some of our work includes St. Anne's Warehouse in Brooklyn, work for the National Black Theater, the Bronx Museum expansion, and the conversion of the historic Lyric Theater, the ongoing production of Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. We're really absolutely thrilled for the opportunity to work along Roadside to transform this historic landmark into a thriving performance venue. And I want to spend a few minutes to take you through the concept for the space. The scope of the work is limited to within the boundary of the existing landmark church. So we're not doing any work on the exterior of the building. And it occupies 3 levels within the existing church. At the ground floor is the entry and lobby and performance. And the performance space occupies the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor mezzanine. Here you can see a section through those 3 levels. Next, walking you through the plans, we took care to locate the primary entrance off 6th Avenue. And as Donald mentioned, we relocated that entrance from 20th Street to 6th Avenue. And here we have ticketing and a lobby lounge area for patrons to queue in off the street as they wait for the performance to begin. The second half of the floor is really reserved for back of house spaces for the performers. So when the show begins, the patrons would utilize the stairs and elevator to go up to the second floor, thus leaving this lobby space. Okay. So the second floor really houses the primary performance space. Here in the shaded area, we have a bar at the lobby with restrooms for patrons. And the seating for the performance space is really centered around the circular stage. Back of house kitchen and service bar exists for staff for the servicing of the performance. And the third floor mezzanine is for additional seating for the performance and contains a small bar and service bar to serve the patrons during the show. Additionally, there are back of house dressing rooms and locker rooms for staff and performers. And then just a few more images, some three-dimensional views of that ground floor entry, very conceptual at this point. And then again, some views looking from the performance space back to the stage and then up on that mezzanine level. And I think with that, we'd like to turn it over for any questions that you may have. So I will stop sharing my screen. And if we want to go back to anything, I can certainly bring the plans back up if needed.
Yeah, and I just want to let you know that we also, as I said, we did a sound study and traffic study. Kevin Williams is here, I believe. Is Kevin still with us? I think he's here, and he can answer any questions you may have about that. We did have our security expert on with us. He had to hop off about 20 minutes ago. He had something else that he had to attend to. We did speak to him today. And you do have his report. Just so you know, we will be following the best practices guidelines of the Hospitality Alliance and the New York Police Department. So there will be one security guard, per 75 patrons. We don't have him here to answer any other questions that you have, but you do have his report. So I think that's our initial presentation.
Okay.
Questions.
Yeah, I'll start off and then we can see who else in the committee wants to jump in. I just wanted to dig in, I guess, Scott, for a minute on sort of how this is actually operating each night. Is it a single show a night? Are there multiple shows? So do we have traffic going in and out of the building, or is it once in and once out?
David, I think that's a really good question. I think that it's a little more complex than that. So I think that I'm going to answer as transparently as I can. I think our initial plan is during the startup phase, which could be somewhere between 6 months and 6 years, depending on how it goes, that we envision this being one show an evening. I think that there's a possibility because the piece of entertainment hasn't been created yet, so we don't even know how long it is. So I think that, I could at some point be saying to you that we would do this twice on Saturday nights, as opposed to like a Saturday matinee and a Saturday evening. We may do it at 7 o'clock and 9:30, or 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock. I also have had a very kind of interesting, thought over the past, since the last conversations we had about when I understood what all the concerns were from the community about how could we possibly be using this that might create some concern by the community. And I thought, there is an opportunity at some point, like during the Tony season, which is like April and May of the year, where part of what is always a challenge in the Broadway community is that Broadway performers aren't able to see each other perform because they all work at the same time. So, for example, I could see that, on some night that we may want to invite like somebody like Josh Groban to perform at 10:30 at night for an hour, so that he would be able to share his talents with other artists in the community and other audience members in a way that, other Broadway people wouldn't see him. So I don't want to say that we would never, ever have more than one show an evening, because I think that would not be authentically and not be true, but it's certainly not in our initial plan.
Right. Okay. I mean, that just gets to the sort of traffic piece of how many bodies. The traffic study was done as if there's a set of arrivals and a set of departures, and not that these things could be happening, more than once a day. So
Well, I mean,
it's
David,
kind of
I don't want to interrupt. I just want to interrupt for a second, because part of the way that we envisioned this plan was, I always thought, well, we are going to have security people to help. You know, we have spent so much time trying to create an opportunity for people to have an area to wait on the inside, so they weren't waiting outside. So they would get off the subway and walk down the block and come inside to wait. And then obviously at the end of the show, we kind of envisioned a show or shows or whatever it tends to be, that you know, we envisioned that somewhere, you know, between you know, a half or to 2/3 of the audience would leave immediately and walk to the subway or whatever that they do, and that the others would all would congregate in the public areas to either, you know, talk about the show with each other or wait for friends who are in the show or whatever they do. And then they would leave individually in small groups of 2 or 3. And I thought, well, then when I got questioned on that, well, I was like, well, that's how Broadway works. Why do I think this will work the same way at this building? And I had this interesting experience because I went to the Public Theater last night. I don't know if any of you know the Public Theater, and for those who don't, the Public Theater on Lafayette in the Village has a 300-seat theater, which is currently playing a musical that Alicia Keys wrote. It has a cabaret that has multiple shows a night with multiple people. And it also has another theater space, which is operating another show right now. So I was at a show last night, and I stood outside and watched people walk in, and I thought, oh, they have a very big lobby area and people don't stand outside and wait. And then I thought, okay, well, the real test about whether or not I'm a total liar is going to be what happens at the end of the show, and if I'm right or not. And oddly enough, and I don't say this very often, I was right. It happened exactly the way that I had hoped it would happen, is that half of the audience left and immediately walked outside and did not congregate outside, immediately walked to wherever they were going, to, you know, to get into an Uber or to walk to the subway. Another portion of the people stood inside and spoke to each other and then left in small groups individually. And I thought, okay, we're talking about doing something that is not dissimilar. I hope it's not exactly the same, because that creates a whole marketing problem, but it's not dissimilar to what they do at the Public. And that is, in fact, how people who spent $200 to see the Alicia Keys musical last night behaved. So I understand the concern, and I think none of us can predict with 100% certainty of how people will act. But I would suggest that anybody who is concerned about that go to the Public and watch what happens there, because it was kind of very affirming to me.
I mean, I think my question was less about, because I agree with you. I think that's true. I mean, people go to the bathroom, they do all sorts of things after dinner, but it's different than saying, we're going to have a 7 o'clock show and a 10 o'clock show. And so that dance is going to happen twice a day, not once a day. So I guess that's really, you may have answered that at the beginning. You don't know yet.
But in the case of the Public, they have multiple attractions happening at one time. So they may not have 2 shows, but they're loading people. They load people into Joe's Pub, and then they load people into the Newman, and then they load people into their third performance space. None of their curtain times are exactly the same time. So what happens ultimately is that their whole entrance and exit period extends over a longer period of time. And this is what I witnessed last night in a way that I was very positive about. So I think your question is a good one. And it is true that people may come in and out at several times during the evening, but I don't think the way that we structured this, that there will be people walking up and down 6th Avenue, but they're, again, as a neighbor, I know that people are always walking up and down 6th Avenue. It just so happens that these people will walk up 6th Avenue and they won't all come, if the show's at 7 o'clock, they won't all come at 6:30. Some will come at 6:15, some will come at 6:20, some will come at 6:35, some, and it's a similar thing at those 2 shows.
I would say, look, the difference between the Public and this location is if you could push all your traffic onto 6th Avenue, then you would look more like the Public. They have the benefit of Lafayette and not a side street like 20th Street. So I think it was helpful that you moved your entrance onto 6th. But I think, a lot of the pedestrian traffic management and black car traffic management would all have to happen on 6th, and really, try and keep the population on 20th as small as possible. Especially if this is going to occupy more hours of the day. Look, the other question I had was that the application said that there was a capacity of 954, even if the seating was, whatever that number was, 318 or something. But do you intend to have standing? Is there anything else? I mean, is that capacity?
No.
just
I mean,
a
actually,
theoretical number or?
Actually, it's interesting that, Zona had talked about this before. I believe, and Danielle, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the theater capacity is 318. So there would never be more than 318 patrons. So while it's true that there is seating on the first floor while they're waiting to be allowed into the auditorium, once the auditorium was open, we assume, or we presume, that the majority of the people would leave the first floor to go to the second floor to enter the theater. I think the 954 is what is legally, the occupancy is legally allowed to be based on entrance and egress. So we would have
that may be based on the C of O.
Yeah, so I think that we would have 318 people plus some employees, but no, there would never, like that. The 318 is what we currently believe that we are going to sell 318 tickets is what our belief is.
No, but no standees or
I think Daniel, are there some including in the 318?
Sort of, yeah, there's standing as part of the 318 just for a room where you can visually see the stage from your seat, but only 318 tickets.
Okay. So to Donald's comments at the beginning, so we, I guess last month, approved a cinema use in, mid-block on 21st Street to the east. And, we got comfortable with how that population was being managed, that people weren't all rushing out on the street at the same time, that we could accommodate the later hours, with appropriate management of that population. So, I mean, I think I'm not, this is, I guess, me speaking. We'll hear from the rest of the committee and hear what, the public wants to weigh in on this. But we have a model, and the question is, will that model fit, how you want to run the operation? Because certainly things like no DJ, your security plan would have to be part of the agreement. There were things like no karaoke, a ride hailing pickup point, independent sound study once the renovation is complete. We already talked about not allowing patrons to bring in outside beverages, so all of that stuff would end up with a home in the agreement that we would have here. So, I mean, with that, I open it up to the rest of the committee. Anybody? Todd, yeah.
Okay, so my sense of this, it's an off-Broadway theater in a landmark building that is being run by responsible operators. I myself am a theater aficionado. I go to all shape, manner, and form of off-Broadway theaters, including the Irish Rep, which is, not far from there. And, the problem with the Limelight and 20th Street is well known to us. This use, if I think is well advised, given the state of the city and the streetscapes and the fact that it's going to be, a reputable off-Broadway theater, as a community board trying to balance the interests, we should take that into account. As to the issue of the operating hours and the noise and all the things, David, that you just mentioned, those can all be negotiated. Method of operation can be cited. What I think we should do something similar to what we did for the movie theater. If it's really going to be an off-Broadway theater, they've got the big lobby, 6th Avenue. They've done their studies. 6th Avenue is a major avenue, should be able to accommodate 300, whatever it is, 320 people coming in and out. I think that's a major stroke of, the accommodation to put it on 6th Avenue is just an expression of common sense, given the neighborhood. I think, though, as I hear about their method of operation, I don't see that we should deviate from our hours of, the closing hours. And Donald is right. It's last seating. I mean, though, that's really for, clubs and restaurants.
Yeah.
I mean, we should be consistent with our closing hours. they can close their bar. I mean, if you've ever been to off-Broadway theaters at 11 or 12 or 1, if they have a late show, so they won't serve alcohol. They can shut the bar down. They can stipulate that. So I think, you know, hearing all of this, this is as long as they take care of the building, which is a part of the neighborhood, and I see Layla's online here, right? I think that we should, with the right stipulations, sign off on this and give it our support.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah, Commissioner.
Real quick, I feel like usually we do questions and then we go to the public and then we do comments. I just want to because there's a lot of public. Just want to make sure we stick to that so people who've been waiting honestly 3 hours are able to say their piece and go to bed.
I have one question, just to clarify on the use of the property. Your space will incorporate the pizza building, or on the north side, there's a pizza store now. Is your operation part of that?
Grimaldi's is not part of this, or?
No, our lease is exclusive of the spaces that currently house Grimaldi's and Julan. Like those are separate spaces.
Well, one reason I was asking is because the Grimaldi's like creeps over to in front of your structure then, right? Like they have a bar outside that's in front of the old church building.
We don't have any lease rights to any outdoor spaces, including those spaces that are currently used by Julan and Grimaldi. So they're not included in our lease and we don't have any say over them. So that they won't be, my answer to that question is that will not be us.
That will not change, and it will not change, right?
We have, part of what we negotiated in the lease is that we have the right of first refusal when those spaces become available to potentially talk about taking them over. And then obviously we'd have to come back and talk to you guys again about what that meant. But honestly, between you and me, the idea of doing what we're currently doing in the tens of millions of dollars we're talking about spending is such a big project that's something I don't even want to think about for perhaps a long time.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Janice.
Yeah, Janice Young. So thank you for the presentation, and I know I definitely appreciate these the fact that you've already done these studies and that you've moved the entrance to 6th Avenue. I think that's a great sign that you are being considerate of the community. I was wondering if you could share a little bit more information though regarding the traffic study and how when the patrons do let out, how that might impact the pedestrian and vehicular traffic on 6th Avenue.
I can, this is Kevin Williams, GZA transportation consultant. I can address that. So, my firm over the past 15 years has done many studies from the Shed to Terminal 5 and to, comparable uses to this. And also my office is multiple blocks from here. So I'm very, very familiar with this environment for several decades, including going back to the Limelight. And I'm aware of the traffic patterns, at both the proposed sort of theater start time and the closure time, and well aware of the nature of 20th Street and its changes over the years in 6th Avenue. And in terms of how we analyze this problem, so we look at peak traffic and we look at mode splits. How would the patronage arrive and depart from the site? And we looked at this one very conservatively. This is very well served by transit, as is common in Broadway and off-Broadway performances, and as well as the public theater, which is a very good example. There's a lot of pre-trips to the area when people, go to the theater at 7 o'clock. They'll arrive at 5:30, they'll have dinner. And that actually composes a very significant portion of patronage where you do not have everybody arriving in a 15-minute window. However, we've analyzed it as such, and we've broken it down with a mode split for drop-off cars, which is probably overly conservative given the access to this point. we're looking at 40 potential drop-offs that would carry an average of 2 patrons, or 80 out of the 318 that was analyzed. A certain portion of that traffic generation, we assumed it was called a link trip credit, meaning trips associated going with a theater would be linked to going to a restaurant or coming from work in the area and that sort of thing. And so with 40 vehicles, and what is common is we all have taken cabs or private car services in New York City. You don't always drop off in front of the location. You take a spot that's available, so maybe it's 1 block away. And here, obviously, the trade-off with 6th Avenue is the presence of the bus stop. And when we analyze vehicles arriving and departing from a venue during a peaked performance period, where we would have where you don't have people sort of steady state coming in and out, it's sort of 7 to 9. And then, as was discussed, if there's a separate, evening, you would have a gap, and then people would depart and you wouldn't have a lot of commingling. But we look at this spatially. How much curb is there? And so where the bus is on 6th Avenue, there's about 113 linear feet from 20th Street and that bus stop. An articulated bus in New York City, which doesn't stop at this location, 45-foot bus would take up that area and would leave approximately 60 feet of space. So if we look at, say, over a 30-minute period, if those 40 cars occurred over a 30-minute period, we could probably assume a good 30 to 40 to 50% of those would not be directly dropping off in 6th Avenue. They might be stopping short. They might be coming the opposite direction on the opposite side of the street and drop off there and then walk across the street. So in reality, we may be looking at 20 or 30 cabs over a 30-minute period, which amounts to 1 cab a minute approximately. And even if we compress those to 2 a minute, getting in and out, this is not such a significant facility in terms of the amount of patronage and the mode share, where the curb and the environment in general cannot readily accommodate this use, particularly if you compare it to many of the past uses that were present here, both the mall at the Limelight, the gym that was present. Obviously, there's more peaked traffic, but overall, there's enough curb space here, both during the departure period, late at night, and even at the peak hours from, say, 5:30 to 7, when people might start coming to the neighborhood. And I think the idea that they opened the doors up a little bit earlier so people can come in, a light on the inside, and have a drink will also, or have some food prior to the show, also disperses some of that traffic. So if there's any, I don't want to go on and on if there are any follow-up questions to that, but I feel comfortable spatially that 6th Avenue can handle it, and with deference to the bus stop being present, that does allow expeditious alighting and drop-offs. It's not illegal to drop off in that bus zone, which comprises about 3/4 of the block frontage. And the prior block actually is available. It's commercial parking only, and also would allow full drop-offs in the block frontage prior to 20th and 19th.
Got it. And with that, thank you for that. And from when the patrons are departing the theater, when they're all coming out, how do you see that impacting?
Yeah, so the one benefit of this, and Donald, quoted the amount of security professionals. So these are not just managing, people's behavior, and they're there to make sure that people expeditiously depart, particularly pedestrians. Now, at the 12, 11 o'clock at night, there is pedestrian traffic in this area, but it's far less busy than rush hours. You have 15-foot wide sidewalks, and you'd have the same sort of departure ritual. And here, this is why the 1 a.m. is kind of important. If the show stops at 12, everybody's not going to depart immediately. They're going to alight, and departs are going to depart slowly and onto the curb, and then take their departure. And I would actually expect the evening dismissal, departure to go to be even better, because if you look at the bus schedules, there are far fewer buses at night during departure periods. So there's far more, available curb space readily available. There are fewer pedestrians on the street at this area between 12 and 1 a.m. So the traffic condition, well managed by multiple security and patron staff, management staff, can assure that that's easily handled. But in terms of volume and capacity of area for both pedestrians and those cars that drop off and where cabs are hailed, we have staff to administer that, make sure they come and go, and again, sufficient space and time to manage those amount of departures.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else? I've got one question. Kevin, do you handle the acoustic part as well as the traffic part, or?
We do. I don't have my acoustician, but I've been handling noise work in New York City for quite some time. So I can certainly, either discuss the report or the findings, anything that you desire.
I just had kind of a quick, question on how the statistics work. So the noise code refers to 42 decibels in neighboring properties. The study, if it was a Broadway show, the exterior sound level would be 53 to 54 dBA. If you add the ambient sound, you get up to 68, whatever, 68.
So I can kind of
68.2. How do those numbers compare? Like, how do I apply that against the 42?
So 42 is on the interior of a residence. So inside closed window condition. And so the idea here is what we did is we used a pink noise generator at 85 decibels, which is quite high for the human ear, basically the area where the PA would be. Then we went and measured the outside noise levels, which, run about 68 decibels and, which is typical in New York City, proximate to a thoroughfare like 6th Avenue. And then the sound code basically has outside noise propagation limits. And so the idea is, and at the interior level to main 42, obviously we can't get in and test a residence, but because we're only fractionally adding a decibel because of the decibel level, the ambient decibel level at 68, and the test that we did, which was well below that 68, that noise would not be perceptible at all. It would be a fraction of 0.1% inside that unit. And I might also add, we did our monitoring, and if you go in, I toured the building with Scott, there are cavities in the old stained glass windows. All of this would be repaired. The building would be acoustically enhanced. So you could consider our findings an absolute worst case scenario on a building that was totally gutted, had no interior fit out, and where the windows had cavities and holes in the interior plexiglass inside the stained glass windows. So the easy answer is that, given the fractional addition to the ambient, the residents, the sensitive receptors both behind, basically directly in interior where Grimaldi's is at in the back end of the building, the courtyard on, fronting on the courtyard on the interior on 20th Street and on 6th Avenue, basically the idea is every, from the point at which you take the monitoring and so this would be, we took the monitoring outside about 10 feet from the facade. Every 10 feet, or sorry, every doubling of that. So if you go 30 feet, which would be across, it's literally a decay of another 3 decibels. And then further up, if you go up into the upper realms, so walls in New York City, particularly old masonry buildings, have a window wall attenuation of at least 30 decibels, which means that 68 decibels sounds like 38 on the inside. If we add 1/10 of a decibel to that, it's not going to exceed 42. So I feel very, very comfortable and was honestly surprised. And this is basically because you have 1.5 foot thick walls that this building is built, to not propagate noise, and the improvements that will occur from the architectural side will absolutely assure that you would not have the type of noise bleed. And the other great addition to this is the vestibule. you have a vestibule that's quite deep. And so, you know, and also you have opening and closing time. So the doors are not going to come and open and close like a bar or a restaurant would. So again, there's additional measures in terms of the vestibule, protecting against noise where the interior doors will close and people will come out and they'll open and close. So you have very good sort of design in the sense of protecting against noise bleed in general to the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, if there's nothing else in the committee, then we'll open it up to the public. So if you raise your hand.
I can't.
Oh, sorry. It was too early.
Okay, Robert Collins, you are allowed to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, listen, honestly, for me, being the person that probably knows the Limelight, the building the best, and for me, who's gotten in the most trouble, I'm the owner of the Julian Club restaurant right next door. I know the building like the back of my hand. I used to bartend in the Limelight back in the days when it was a nightclub. I've been on the bad side. I had a few things where I wasn't so good with the community, as Mike, who was sitting there amongst you guys, will know. But I have now become a good member. Of Mike also can vouch for me, who is also sitting among you, knows I've done a lot better. But I think I was going to take this space several times myself. I was going to put a WeWork before they went bankrupt in there. I brought 4 architectural firms in there, from Arvico to Roman and Williams, to do the design on the inside. It is a fantastic, gorgeous space. I was going to put a full Asian food court in there, but I honestly, this is the first time I've heard of all the plans and seen their plans, and I think it's a fantastic idea. I just got to say, I'll be honest, I think it's beautiful. The building's been dead for so long. It's been a horrible gym. It almost makes me want to cry. And, you know, this building's been around since 1845. Richard Upjohn, it's a landmark that, you know, designed it to be the first, you know, church that was asymmetric, where all the bricks were laid differently. The towers were laid different sizes. It's really such a piece of New York City history. It's why I chose it. I pay a fucking fortune for rent. Sorry about the language. So will they. I know how much they're going to pay because I was going to take that lease, but it is a gorgeous building that needs it. And I really think, honestly, listen, as far as the acoustics, I know it like the back of my hand. I've had every acoustic company in there. As long as they plexi the inside of those stained glasses and also put new plexi on the exterior, because a lot of it's dirty and old. A lot of that plexi's been there for many years. I've restored some of it, but I didn't go high enough because it was just no reason I needed to, because I wasn't protecting sound from the inside of there. It was just aesthetic. I think you'll have no problem with the sound leakage. Nothing's going through those walls. I mean, you can almost put a missile through those walls. So I just wanted to put my own to say, I think it's great. I'm really excited. This is the first time I've heard the whole thing. My only thing to the architects, my favorite space in the back there on your plans that you labeled chapel is my favorite room, the most gorgeous room. I hope you do something nice with that. I love that space. I wanted to take it as part of Julian. Sadly, they wouldn't give me that spot. It's so nice with those vaulted ceilings. It's really a treasure. So,
okay.
All right. Thank you.
You know, thanks very much.
You got it.
Next up is Louise Hartman. Louise, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening. Thanks for all your work and for this late night, everybody. This is a lot of work. I'm not going to eat up my time. I'm a homeowner. I'm a homeowner on 15 West 20th Street. I've written to Community Board 5 directly to you, Mike, and others on several occasions with regard to this proposal. And my position remains the same. I object in the strongest possible terms to approving a liquor license for this applicant. Our block, West 20th Street, between 5th and 6th Avenues, is already overburdened with liquor license holding businesses that adversely affect our quality of life. The current liquor selling establishments do a very poor job of managing crowds, trash deliveries, noise from patrons, noise from vehicles. The vehicles in particular exacerbate the other problems that we experience night after night. Private vehicles that drop off, pick up, double park, honk horns during the hours that the venues are open, and often long afterwards. I don't think the traffic study that we just heard picked up any of that experience that we as residents experience every night, every morning. And consistent with a theater use proposed, an additional 318 persons coming in and out, maybe several times a day, is going to make a bad situation worse. Whether or not the the main entrance is located at Sixth Avenue, Grimaldi's already compromises that width of sidewalk, as does the bus waiting area. So invariably, people who are queuing to get in the space or exiting will come around onto 20th Street. My husband and I are both disabled. We need access to those curb cuts. The only curb cuts for step-free access between the sidewalk and the street are exactly at the corner between the two entrances to the landmarked Limelight building. So again, I don't see that picked up in any of the evaluations that we've seen as a community. I will also say I have the highest respect for the architects who are friends, and I love their work and I love this proposal. I don't love it for this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise.
Next up is Leila Logica.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having this meeting. I'm Leila Logizico. I'm not speaking tonight as a member of this esteemed community board, but as the president of the board of directors of the condominium at 9 West 20th Street, where I reside. I've been residing here for over 20 years, and actually the Limelight is the reason why I joined the community board. The nuisance on this block has been just astounding. I've been sleep deprived for the past 20 years. It makes me very cranky, you know that. The thought of having a Broadway theater at this location, I think, is totally inappropriate. I wholeheartedly support the arts and theater. And as Louise said previously, I love this application, but not for this venue. A few things I want to flag for members of the committee and the board. The traffic study is obviously not cumulative. It only studied the traffic coming in and out of this particular venue. It does not take into account the traffic from other venues. I am very concerned when I hear an applicant saying, well, you know, this is Grimaldi's, this is not us, this is Drelon, this is not us, because it shows that this applicant does not intend to really holistically look at the impact of what's happening in this district, but simply take maybe, you know, some responsibility for the patrons in his venue, but as soon as they're out of his venue, no longer his. And this is a problem that we have on this block. Nobody takes ownership of these folks when they are on the sidewalk. And the noise study is actually not accurate until you take account of the noise produced by those patrons and their cars and the honking that goes on and on and on all night long in this district. This district is a Jekyll and Hyde district. So when I hear someone say, I know this district, this is where I work, you know nothing unless you live here or you walk these blocks at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. At night, this district is a whole different beast. People are very loud. There is violence. It is documented. And we can't sleep. We wake up in the morning. There's glass everywhere. There's debris. There's littering on those blocks. So if this committee is going to be inclined to approve this particular application, I urge them to not do that. But if indeed you do, I really want some stipulations that will encompass all these issues: traffic, noise, sanitation, loading and unloading of sets, 350 people per day, multiple times per day. All of this needs to be mitigated. There are currently 7 liquor licenses on this block, just on this block. And an 8th one with such capacity is something that this block cannot take. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Next up is Fatih Sae. Apologies if I did not pronounce that correctly.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. 1 minute, please. Sorry. Yes.
Do we go to the next speaker and come back?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. There's an echo here. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate some of the concerns that were just made. I live on West 20th Street, very concerned about a venue with this kind of capacity opening. I listened very carefully to the traffic report, but I'm afraid I do not find it to be convincing. I believe that there will be a lot of blockage there with people getting in and out. People who are buying theater tickets will not all be taking the subway, and I think many of them could also turn into West 20th Street to get dropped off quickly. As the previous speaker said, there are already several venues on this street, 7 liquor licenses, a lot of unruly behavior at night. The promises that have been made about managing people as they, that the noise level inside is contained, etc., doesn't extend to when people leave the venues. And I have very out of character for me, because I don't normally do this kind of thing. I've had to call 311 so many times since moving into this apartment because of the unacceptable level of noise when people are leaving these venues. And I think it's very unfair to those of us who are living as, believing that we should also, our quality of life should also not be impacted by these kinds of venues. I also would like to ask, you said that the lobby is large enough to accommodate 350 or however many ticket holders there are, with also all the people working there. And I'd like to ask you to please speak about that further, because I am very worried about people congregating outside either before or afterwards. And that's where we get a lot of the noise problems. If people choose not to be in the lobby, you can't force them to come inside. I also wanted to ask why the bar has to be open when the show is over, and why it could not be closed at that time to discourage people from drinking further, because we've had a big problem with that in the neighborhood. I guess my time is up, so I'll stop there, but I would like to register my very, very strong concern about a Broadway theater, which I think belongs, frankly, in the theater district. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next is Anna Ehrenberg. You can unmute yourself.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. So the same, I'd like to put in my very strenuous objections to the liquor license and also to the venue use. As much as it sounds lovely to have a theater and all that nearby, I can tell you from personal experience, having worked both at Madison Square Garden, like literally in the garden, in their corporate offices, and then afterwards at Viacom, which is Times Square. And I understand that the scope perhaps is not the same, but the location where Limelight is located is also scaled down. And I can tell you it's a nightmare, and it was a nightmare to get in and out of the office, especially on game nights and concert nights at the Garden. So I understand Garden is thousands of people. This is a lot smaller, but our location is also a lot smaller. I want to point out that even though you plan to have the entrance and exit on 6th Avenue, there will still have to be multiple exits, including onto 20th Street, I'm assuming partly for fire purposes. And 350 people, there is no way that all of them can walk in through the doorway at the same time. It's just not going to happen. People will queue up and they're going to go around the corner onto 20th Street. There's just no way around that. Even if you only use 6th Avenue entrance, people are going to queue up. They're not all going to show up at different times and walk in pairs of, ones and twos. So that's going to be a problem. The current 2 occupiers, the Jolan and Grimaldi's in particular, it's on 6th Avenue, and I can tell you they have pushed out pretty far onto the sidewalk. They constantly have tables out there. They have been seating in the teeny tiny alley area there, and they have big planters. They're encroaching onto the sidewalk already. That's going to be a problem, and that's not in your control. You add 350 people over there, the whole sidewalk is going to be shot. You cannot walk on there. So again, I would say very strenuously, please do not approve this. And just so you know, I'm also an owner and a resident at 9 West 20th Street.
Thank you.
That is everybody.
Okay. So,
Would like to make comment. Chose not to zoom in and make the attendance, which was bad on me waiting. But just real quickly, my name is Mike. I live across the street, adjacent to the Limelight, and I've been there for 12 years. An owner in the Kammeyer building. I'm representing 60 units in that building. I've lived in the neighborhood for over 20 years, just on 23rd Street for quite a while before moving into 20th Street. I'm, many times Nick in the past, unfortunate to see him today, but over the years, all the issues we've had with the Limelight, just a few comments that I'd like to say is the noise with existing patrons there, in particular the bar, Boxers, is really out of control, and when they do exit, there's the amount of people that will be allowed. I think the head count there is a lot less than will be for this new venue. When they do leave, the amount of honking horns and people trying to find their Ubers and walking and chatting and screaming and whatever down the block really causes a big ruckus. And that's much later. It's closer to 3 o'clock. These people seem like very reputable people, and it's kind of a shame. Like Milo was saying, it just feels like the venue is not the right place for them. As much as I would love to see something like that in there, my main concerns are the hours, the booze. Is it hard alcohol or is it just beer and wine? Is being close to Chelsea Green, as you mentioned before, does that restrict your ability to get a liquor license? It's just a very short walk, probably maybe a couple hundred feet, just right down the block there. Is that something that would restrict them from getting a liquor license? I'm not sure. I had a few other things I want to mention. The sound, we talked about 68 decibels. Is that 68 decibels of ambient at noon or at 11 o'clock at night? Because actually 11 o'clock at night is like pretty quiet on 20th Street. And where the stage is going to be is, although the entrance may be on 6 and from my experience over the last 20 years, when a queue forms, it does wrap around 20th because it used to be a nightclub there quite a while ago. Not the Limelight, what was there after that? Is it what is the ambient noise at 11 o'clock at night when a show may be going on, and how do you really measure that? If this is going to be a real off-Broadway production, the idea that somebody who's 30, 40 feet across the street, or however far that is, right across the street, 60-unit residential building on 20th, plus the one next door, plus the one across 6th Avenue is a very nice residential building as well, is not going to be kept up by the noise. I just find it really hard to believe. And again, at 10 o'clock at night, it's actually kind of quiet. It gets really loud, unfortunately, at 2 and 3 when Boxers people are leaving. Julian is it's actually done a really good job, although when they do play music, you hear it like crystal right through. So, those big stained glass windows, it's great that they would be repaired. But I just find it really, really hard to believe that the sound would be contained. If you told me that the show would be a matinee, in the middle of the day when there's a lot of hustle bustle going on, and it was going to be wine and beer, but no hard alcohol, I feel like I would be more on board with something like that, because I would love to see something nice in there. And I do love the arts. I think it'd be really cool. But as just being a resident there, I'm really afraid of what it may bring. And I'm really afraid of giving out the liquor license to that address for what potentially could be down the road if this unfortunately doesn't work out. So as I said, they seem like very reputable people, and I wish them really well. They seem like they're really good at what they do. For this location, I'm really scared of and reiterate a lot of the other concerns. And I would like to kind of hone back in on if there are any other restrictions on that address for a liquor license. We've talked a lot about the cannabis and so many different things restricting the license for that. How about for the liquor license here?
You've gone double over your time. Do you mind just wrapping up?
Okay, sorry, I said good 3 hours.
No, I understand. Thank you.
It was also listed much earlier before the marijuana thing. We swapped when I got here.
Thank you.
Can I respond to some of the comments?
Yeah, can I just give you a couple of things to maybe try and address as well. I live in the area also, but you know, the idea that this operation is somehow separate from what Grimaldi's is doing on the frontage on Sixth Avenue, I'm sensitive to that one. Because I don't think there is that much available curb space. I commute that way every day, and there's hardly anything of that sidewalk left. So, you know, presumably if this landlord wants to be able to put your use into that portion of the premises, we ought to be able to work something out with Grimaldi's to finally solve that problem, because I really don't think you have use of, you know, a solid half of the frontage that you think you do because of that operation. This issue of closing the bar after the last show, you know, so it's both hours and what activities are happening after the show. And so would you consider closing the bar so that it's not open, which, by the way, I believe is what the public does as well. That bar is not open when you exit those shows. So something for you to think about there. I don't know about beer and wine, but you know, the suggestion was made. I know the 1 o'clock, you know, closing hour. I mean, obviously the community is sensitive even to that late a time, and based on your description, you know, how often would you really need to go that late? Is that a real requirement at this point? Similar to the conversation we just had with the Hayden Hotel, you know, would you consider earlier hours for the initial license and see how it goes and how the relationship goes with the neighbors? And then if there really is a business case to be made for extending into the late night hours, which are beyond what a typical theater, you know, would ask for, you know, is that something you would consider? And then you know, the things we already talked about, traffic, noise, sanitation, loading, and pedestrian management, you know, we would really have to get into that in an affidavit. So with that, I don't know if anybody else wants to pile on.
Are we moving to business session?
Hmm?
Are we moving to business session? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have any more public comment. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Just want to make sure that we close the public comment session.
Yeah. So, I mean, if anybody else wants to, on the committee, wants to jump in on some of these issues, but there's plenty to chew on.
It's never changed. I mean, I live in the area. I've been to the Limelight. I like discos, things like that. They'll try, you know, and they'll do it for a while, but then the noise level will increase. And it's same old, nothing's really gonna change.
This is not a nightclub, right? It is a theater. So I understand that, like,
Yeah.
right. I understand like the noise might get up again, but I wouldn't say that nothing's ever gonna change. It's completely changing the use, right? From a nightclub to a theater.
Yeah, and the affidavit will be clear that this is a use and it has to be managed to that. Let me just ask one other question. This question of subsequent tenants, I mean, presumably this is unique to this use in this location, and if this were to close for whatever reason, this license cannot go to the next tenant or subtenant or.
No, they would have to they'd have to file an application, notify the community board, and start the whole process all over again. And in fact, if we had a stipulation on a license as legitimate theater, that's what they'd have to be. Otherwise, they're going to face all the same problems.
Right. Okay.
So the answer is no. We can't just transfer it to somebody else.
Yeah, Todd.
I was just gonna say, I've been in a number of churches that have been converted. All these are off-Broadway theaters on side streets. And the ones, to my way of thinking, that have the biggest problems are the ones that have small lobbies. Okay, so, you know, looking at this plan, I mean, it seems to me that if it's written into the method of operation and the stipulations, that they keep the people, you know, reasonably inside the lobby and manage it appropriately. it should be able to accommodate this use. You know, in my own experience at these places is that the other theaters of this type that I've seen, you can manage getting that number of people in if it's done properly. At the places that don't have the lobbies, the queuing is a problem, right? But at this one, I mean, if what we saw at this plan, the entire first floor is going to be, what did I hear properly? That the entire 380 people can be accommodated in that lobby area. So, you know, I would simply raise that as a comment. The other thing is that we should not deviate. I know that block, I did the liquor licenses. It's always a problem with the bars and, you know, the sports bars and the other things like they say. But this is a different fish. It could be that it's going to be a problem, but that remains to be seen. You know, I think that, you know, complaints that we've heard, whoever is working on this and drafting the, you know, as to the hours, we should not deviate from that. Right. And in fact, I think it would be a show of good faith, given these issues that have come up, that they should have the earliest closing hours that they can afford. Listen, if you're going to an 8 o'clock show, usually it's over by like 10 or 11 or 12, right? They don't need the closing times to be that late. The other thing is, you know, there was mention of the fact that they plan to rent it out for other kinds of events. There should be written into the stipulations strict limits on the number of events that they can do of a certain size and the hours that they can use it. So that if they do have events that are loud and boisterous and so on and so forth, you know, they have to be out of there, or they can only do a certain number of months so they don't drive the neighborhoods crazy.
Okay.
The ambient noise in the evening was not.
Sorry,
addressed at all.
public session is closed.
Yeah, sorry.
I'd like that to be addressed.
I can address
Yes.
the question.
Yeah. I mean, I
So-
would agree.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry, we're not,
We're in a business session. So I would agree with what Todd said. I think, you know, on the matter of these are Broadway, like legitimate Broadway people trying to operate a Broadway theater. I think in that case, this should be run like Broadway theater. So in that sense, you know, can we, you know, close the theater or, you know, stop serving alcohol by that 10, 11 o'clock period, right? Which is when a show would normally let out. You know, I did hear the community concerns regarding the use of the space. I don't think denying the application would stop the use of the space, so I don't think that's the right thing to do, but I do think, you know, leaning on the operators, like the applicants, seeming willingness to work with the community to make this work, can we put those sort of stipulations in place to make sure that, you know, you don't have inebriated people wandering the streets past a certain time? Can you put stipulations in that, you know, really have a tight control over the crowd? You know, as someone who also goes to the theater quite often, whenever I come out, people are spilling onto the streets. You have those like bike cab things, like waiting outside, blasting music, you know, waiting to pick up patrons. I understand this is not the theater district, so maybe they like won't come by here, but you know, that's very much a possibility. And I think the residents deserve to have those safeguards in place to make sure that the space is used responsibly. You know, while they can still have their and maintain their quality of life.
yeah.
So I think it would be a shame if we don't find a path forward here, because I definitely think there is one, right? I'm kind of in camp Janice and Todd, where I think if the operators are reasonably flexible, there's a solution here, right? The bar doesn't need to stay open till 1 a.m. Probably, you know, it's a big space inside, right? The C of O is for 900 people, so probably there's a way to keep most of the people inside, but some are going to spill onto 6th Avenue. but it's Sixth Avenue too. It's not the middle of the block on 21st Street, right? So, I do think that kind of the devil's in the details and how this affidavit is drafted, but I would think we should work pretty hard to find a way to make it work for everybody.
I agree with what Bill said and what Janice said. I think finding a way forward. It's a beautiful design of the building, but I do think we should keep residents' concerns in mind about the quietness and the street capacity with the other uses there. Sidewalk capacity.
Okay, I mean, I guess the question for us is at 9:45 at night. There is no draft affidavit, right, on this. We have a model that's close to it. Do we want to spend the time tonight to talk about specific hours, to get into that level of detail? Is there a real possibility that an affidavit on this could be completed by Monday to go to executive committee on Tuesday and before the board on Thursday? Is that a reasonable goal? So I mean, you're closest to it.
Yeah, from my perspective, I mean, we've worked on cases before where there's no affidavit and we can come to one based on, precedents that have been set. Based on the feedback we've heard from people in our committee, it seems like in addition to language around providing contact information, coordinating with neighbors on garbage, some things that are worth calling out here is considering closing the bar earlier. So we've heard 10 or 11, so that might be one thing that we could consider. It also sounds like we want to stay firm to the 1 a.m. split instead of the 1 a.m. every day that the applicant is seeking. And then we could also just add specific language to Todd's point on number of private events. So maybe 1 or 2 a month. I know we've done that for other spaces in the past. And then finally, to Janice and others' point, just adding a comment that, the applicant, and I think this was in the theater application from last month too, just takes best efforts to make sure there's no congestion on 20th Street. And maybe that's integrated with the security plan. And we could also add language to make sure there are no bike cabs there, or just to their best efforts, just trying to have theater personnel maintain orderly conduct along 6th Avenue. So based on our notes, I think those are the points that we would want to incorporate.
Yeah, and the neighboring, I don't know what we do about Grimaldi's frontage.
It also feels like some of that is really not,
Right, but I mean, practically,
Yeah.
to dump people out onto 6th is challenging there, So, yeah, well, that's one of the questions is how do we, through this vehicle, get the landlord to look at addressing, finally, because Grimaldi's been an issue for a long time, to address that in order to free up curb that they can then use for, their arrivals and departures.
David, should we get some input on whether or not these things we're talking about are even feasible from the applicant?
But does anybody else have anything they want to add to the discussion before we do that?
I would just say one thing. You said something that piqued my interest about keeping people off of 20th Street. I mean, they are going to have a good security plan. I mean, maybe what a stipulation could be a security guard shall be stationed outside the exit and direct people over to 6th Avenue.
For sure.
Very
Yeah.
specific thing like
Absolutely.
that. Maybe.
Yep.
Sorry, I just want to add about the private events. You might want to give them a little bit more leeway for private events that occur earlier in the day. Maybe just limit private events that
Yeah,
are
that's
at
fine.
night or at certain, because there's no reason to stop them from having a private event from 6 to 9 or something like that.
Yeah, the residents were happy to have the matinee.
So we could say events taking place after 5 p.m. in the evening shall occur no more frequently than twice a month.
I might say something like ending after a certain time.
Yeah,
right?
ending
That's
after.
when you really care about it.
So ending after
10 p.m.
9 or 10 or whatever. No.
10.
I mean, I'm also curious about the nature of the private events. Are these going to be galas the public, or are there other things in mind? I'm not really sure. And I also wanted to call attention to the bus stop usage, even if it's not legal, according to the traffic study that you can pick up and drop off there. I still don't think that's a great use of that space. This is something we talk about on the Transportation Environment Committee, just bus stops being blocked and, buses having to stop in the middle of the street, therefore blocking traffic. And then people who, may have disabilities, having a hard time in, getting on and off the bus. Or getting picked up and dropped off by assessor ride, things like that. So that's just something I think also to be mindful of.
Can we address that where like something where the, like Lyft and Uber, like the pins that are dropped, that was in that language of the affidavit for theater, that like the actual dropped pin location will direct you to a specific spot, or it's almost like the cab line will be elsewhere.
Yeah, we had, in Metro, we had a requirement that they have to direct people to Park Avenue or whatever, as
You can
opposed
set- you
to on
can
the
set your
street.
pin location on the map to like drop.
Okay. So what's your reaction, Scott and Donald?
Well, I'll speak first and then I'll turn it over to Scott. First, I think doing a stipulation would be would benefit everybody, us as well as the board and the neighbors. So we're certainly amenable to doing that with restrictions and stipulations. A couple of concerns about some of the stipulations that were mentioned. I'm not sure who mentioned, maybe it was Janice, something about, we won't allow any of those bikes on 6th Avenue. We can't control the street. We're not the police. We can't tell those people if there's anyone there. So I just want to be careful about imposing an obligation upon us that we just can't fulfill. I think that the biggest concern we probably have is any notion of closing the bar at 10 or 11. I don't think that that's going to be agreeable. And let me tell you why I don't think that's a good idea. Because, and Scott's can speak to this better because he's got more experience in theater than any of us. When a show ends, you're getting a certain number of people who want to get out the door as soon as possible and get to their cars or get into a taxi and go home. You have other people that may linger a little bit, whether they're waiting for their friends, they have to go to the bathroom, they're talking about the show, whatever it is, and they're a little slower out the door. And then you're going to have a third group of people that may, after the show, want to have a bite or maybe have a drink. And the reason why I think that's not bad for the community and in fact more beneficial is instead of putting 350 people out onto the street within 10 minutes, you're staggering it. So you don't have everybody leaving and rushing outside and crowding the sidewalk at the same time. So it's a benefit to us and a benefit to the community. So Scott can speak to that more because that's a business decision, but I don't think that a 10 p.m. bar close is going to work. With respect to the hours, if you want to apply your guidelines of last seating at midnight and 1 a.m., I think that's doable. I don't think we have a problem with that. And then the events, I'm not sure 2 times a month for an event ending after 10, I'd have to turn that over to Scott and let him address that. Scott, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think, I'm intrigued by this. I don't have a problem about this event thing. I mean, it seems very arbitrary to me. So I'm trying to figure out what we're trying to prevent. And if I knew what we were trying to prevent, perhaps we could craft something that actually addressed that. So I'm not opposed to it. I just would like to understand more what the thought is. So I'm not sure what we're trying to prevent, but perhaps potentially we could prevent it. And I think as far as Donald's point about the bar, I think what we are envisioning is something that is a little bit more akin to the public model, because people can see Hell's Kitchen, and then if they want to stay and have a drink, the bar perhaps is closed, but they can walk across the lobby and go to Joe's Pub, which is still open. So I think in our case, we're trying to meld the two so that the business model is still viable and that we can still, because obviously it's not going to be everyone who stays. It's going to be a small portion of people who stay. And we want to be friendly. I think that we want to be seen as a place that people can come to and have a thoughtful, good experience, like before, during, and after. So I think that I hear everybody's concern, and I feel awful that there have been so many bad experiences that somehow our operation is being painted with the same brush as number one, as the Limelight, which was 20 years ago, but also some things that have happened in the ensuing amount of time. And I can only speak for what we're going to do. And I certainly think none of us want to be painted by experience. Like, I don't want to be responsible for what the person who lived in my apartment did before I lived in the apartment. So I haven't said anything to anybody that I don't believe is true and authentic. And I think that we want to consider any reasonable requests that are made of us about how we can be good operators, because that was the way we've approached this from the very beginning. And believe me, if we wanted to make more money, there's a lot better ways than giving away most of your ground floor space to be a waiting area that is going to be open, that is going to have nobody in it for 90% of the time you're in the building. So
Yeah, can I ask you a question about the bar afterwards thing that you're talking about?
Can I just, by the way, Joe's Pub closes at 11:30, 6 nights a week and 10:30 on Sunday. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know.
But I think you're looking at that's not an all-out hour when you say they close them. That's probably last seating.
Right. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I think that might actually be like they're close.
If all the people wanted to stay after the show, could the bar and restaurant accommodate all 318 people, or would that be forced to be a smaller number based on the capacity of the bar?
I don't think that our model anticipates that 318 people would eat and drink at every seating. So that isn't, I mean, you can see if you look at the floor plan, the kitchen isn't that big. So that,
I guess I'm trying to understand your theory of there would be a natural drip of people out of the building and keeping the bar open would actually help that. I'm trying to see if it's true, right? Or if actually what could happen is all 318 people could just stay until 1 a.m. and then all leave.
It's not that big.
It's not that big.
No, it's 48 seats or something.
Yeah, I mean, so most people would have to leave after the show, basically, right? Only 48 people could possibly stay another hour.
Yeah, and standees, but
yeah,
I think most people would leave because, but by that argument, if a restaurant had their last seating and everybody finished their meal at 10, but the restaurant was open for 2 more hours, everybody who was currently at a table could stay for 2 more hours, but they don't. So
right.
I think there is some natural behavior.
Right, but I would look at the worst case scenario, and I'm thinking maybe your worst case scenario isn't too bad though, right? And that would be.
Oh, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad at all. I mean, it's so interesting. We talk about about behaviors and things that we observe. Broadway people spill out on the street because you can't fit 1,200 people in a Broadway theater lobby ever. Like those lobbies are the size of a shoebox. So they have to spill out to the street because there's nowhere else for them to go. We were trying to anticipate that behavior and give them a way not to have to be pushed into the street. And I think that the other things like the size of the kitchen, there'll be some attrition because they won't be able to, there's just no way that many people could be served.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm glad that the operator seems like amenable to the 12 to 1 timing. And just to respond to the point about events where I've seen it done before is like events tend to be like rowdier, one-off in nature. They bring a lot of traffic and, it's a special thing. So it just adds a lot of chaos in the ecosystem, which is why there's limitations to events. So I would feel that we should include like maybe twice a month or something like that. In terms of like the closing down the bar earlier, from my perspective, if they can adhere to the 12 to 1, it's not like a huge concern to me, but I definitely hear like what the neighbors are saying.
Okay. Somebody texted me a question about the stage door. It's the stage door on 20th Street. And do you get people now hanging out, until the cast leaves? Do you naturally have traffic that gets pushed onto 20th because of where the stage door is?
I think that we envisioned that because the performers tend to not come at the same time and we didn't want them to intermingle with the audience, so that we envisioned that they would come through the stage door. But I think in a venue like this, which would be very much akin to the public, I'm so sorry to keep going back to that, but I perhaps should not have gone there last night. But, I think that if you're in a show and you want to meet one of your friends in a show, you wait in the lobby to meet them because it's more comfortable than standing outside on the street and potentially weather situations or anything. There's no way to accommodate them waiting inside. So the performers would naturally tell the people to wait for them inside and they would meet them in there, or we could tell the performers to meet their guests in the interior lobby off of 6th Avenue and not in the exterior exit off of 20th Street.
Right. Okay.
So like the adoring fans, not just
Yeah.
the people that you know.
Well, I mean, I think if the performers start meeting their friends, they're not going to be coming out that door, and fans somehow have a sixth sense about how to get to the person they want to find.
Okay, I don't know if there are any other comments. So how do we want to proceed here? How are people feeling?
I personally feel relatively comfortable approving it with whatever stipulations people want, just generally would want to approve it.
I think that there should be stipulations drawn as strongly as possible based on the comments we heard from the people in the community with the key issues, business issues that we've mentioned. And it should be crystal clear that they must abide by the regular time periods of the area that we have.
I think, well, here they're actually saying close at 12 and 1 as opposed to last call at
That's
12
right.
and 1. Yeah.
And, you know, we shouldn't treat them. And we've shown in our past history that, you know, we're willing to be flexible, but we shouldn't treat them any different than any other business in terms of adhering to our guidelines, the RLA guidelines.
So would
Be
that
clear,
be,
we
so
said we
you
close
say
by
that-
1 a.m. 7 days.
that the last drink would be served no later than midnight?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is Todd's point is adhere to the RLA, which is what we did on the Metro Cinema deal. But you're right. I mean, the language in the RLA is 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, last call, and actual closing, an hour later, 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. I don't think that's the goal here. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if that was the prior discussion.
I think it would be wise for them, as a show of good faith, to maybe make it an hour earlier. Right, but that's something that we could talk about.
Right. I guess that's the point I was trying to make. I mean, I think we, to support hours that go out beyond midnight for this use, I think is going to tax the locals. So to consider a 12 and 1 would have to be a closing time and not a last call time. I think I'm convinced, and particularly looking at the floor plan, it's a real bar, so the idea that you could leave the show and hang out for a period of time in that space is different than even, what goes on in the public in that tiny little bar in the middle of the lobby. So this is definitely more of an entertaining space. So I see the argument that shouldn't close any earlier than the rest of the space. But I mean, I think we're saying 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock is the doors are closed. So no, I think you already listed everything else that would be a component of this.
David, this is Catherine. I don't know that so I do feel comfortable with the applicant, the process. I just want to, who knew on SLAP we would be talking about movies and theaters. These are definitely new and innovative spaces for arts and culture. And I think it's remarkable. I also hear the voice of people who have lived in the community for a long time that have brought forth pre-existing conditions and conditions that are necessary for the applicant to be sensitive to. And I want to put pressure on both sides to work through some of those issues with some creativity and with some innovative that this business should not be a problem, but there are real strong ongoing issues around the neighborhood that need to be addressed. And so I don't want to hold up the applicant because of that, but I do want them to continue to be sensitive to what's being said.
So in looking at some of the other liquor licenses that we've approved in the past, I noticed that in one license, we had a period of like 6 months after it opens to see how it was going and a scheduled review at that point to address concerns. Maybe that would add an additional thing if something comes up, there are bikes that are or people are crowding a stage door or they are rowdy, to come up with like interesting solutions at that point, as opposed to just like, we'll schedule a meeting at some point in the language, but like an actual designated 6 months in, like period of, okay, how's it going? Like a check-in.
I mean, we've talked about a lot of potential stipulations. Does someone want to like formulate a list or make a motion? Because otherwise we're just gonna go on for another 30 minutes of like what could be in a motion.
I think Zona, it's.
Yeah, so I'm just like reading my notes, but I'll start with the business points that we've talked about. So in terms of closing time, our position would be to ask for 12 on weekdays and 1 on weeknights as a closing time, not last call. That said, in terms of the bar, we wouldn't ask it to close earlier, per your comment earlier. And then on events, we would also ask for a limit of 2 times a month on events that are ending after 10 p.m. In terms of some of the operational points, and please add on if I'm missing any. I think one of them would be for the applicant to provide a contact information for neighbors that they can access them by, to coordinate with neighbors and ensure garbage and loading is done in a manner that is not disruptive to the street space. There would probably be language additionally on asking security to funnel people onto 6th Avenue and prevent crowding on 20th Street, and to the extent possible, ensure, I guess, coherent use of sidewalk space on 6th Avenue. And I think we had language in the Metro Cinema application about setting up Uber locations and clear directions so people are directed appropriately onto the 6th Avenue space. Is there anything else that we want to include there?
Did you mention the neighboring tenants, the Grimaldi's issue?
I did not mention that.
How can these guys do anything about that?
Yeah. It's best effort to spend money to solve the problem. So,
Like you pay Grimaldi's to.
And you deal with the landlord who presumably wants this lease to happen. And so is willing to enforce, because I mean, the reality is what they're doing doesn't meet the limit of the law either. It's, it shouldn't be there.
So is it just getting rid of the Grimaldi's outdoor space?
Well, it's squeezing it down into the space that it should be. It doesn't leave enough usable sidewalk. So now is the time for, a new tenant to say, I need this control in order to get this lease done.
Maybe you could say, maybe these guys could request the landlord enforce the terms of Grimaldi's lease.
Yeah, I think that's.
They could make a request of the landlord that the landlord enforces the terms, but they can't enforce the terms.
Yeah.
Okay, we can add language that they request a landlord to enforce the terms of Grimaldi's lease, specifically with regards to ensuring adequate usable sidewalk space.
And then, the Metro Cinema affidavit is on our website, and there are a number of, finer points that were raised in that we'd like to see in this as well. So you can take a look at that,
They take a look at it now or take a look at it?
No, I mean,
Yeah.
It's up to you. We'll have to provide a draft to them,
Right.
but we're going to look to that as a model. It's the only way to get a use like this into the RLA.
Okay, in that case, if it's okay with you, David, I would like to make a motion to deny this application unless they accommodate everything that Zona listed just now and additional finer points that will be sourced from the Metro Cinema resolution. Is there a second?
A second.
All right, we'll take this to a vote. David?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Libby?
Yes.
Samir?
Yes.
Christopher?
Yes.
Youron?
Yes.
Tiffany?
She had to sign off.
Todd?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Janice?
Yes.
All right, motion passes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So are you going to draft a proposed affidavit and get that over then?
Yes, I will
Mhm.
send that over to you, Donald.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
ask about new business before we.
No, okay, do we have any new business?
All right.
So should I can